Welcome to Chantell Talk Room. I need to. Oh, that's loud. Yeah, I'm gonna check this volume, check my audio before I start streaming, see how it sound right quick. Yeah, I know I have a fear of streaming on mute. It's happened before, so I have to check this audio before I start to get into the live stream. In a second. It's happened before. So I have to check this audio before I start. Testing, testing. Hmm. So I have to check this audio before I start. It might be working. Let me see. It worked. Let's see. The QFC pharmacy accept most and RS. Okay, so I believe it's working. And I'm start screen. Yes, second. All right. All right. Let me start the stream. So let me check my volume on this phone. Maybe that was the issue. I couldn't hear it because the volume was down. All right. Oh, honey, listen. How y'all doing, YouTube? Give me a second. Let me sip some tea. Mm. Welcome to Miss Chantell's channel. Chantell talks about everything, culture, religion, faith, do a little bit reflecting, and culture topics. I haven't been on in a while, so it's a lot I want to discuss. Um, I think I'm going to start with the first topic of discussion for me is seeing that. By the way, I'm not bringing anybody up on a panel because I'm live streaming from the phone today, so I won't be able to. Oh, hey, FBA combo. I don't know how to do that kind of stuff from the phone, so I'm not bringing anybody up on a panel until maybe tomorrow. I'll do it up from my computer. But today, I don't know how to do the phone thing. I can check and see, but I'm not quite sure how to do that phone thing. But peace and welcome to the channel, FBA Combo. Thank you for coming. So it's a lot of stuff I want to cover today. I should look and see if I can add somebody to the topic, which I know I can. I just don't know how to do it. I've never done it before from a phone. So I don't know how to add people to the live stream from a phone. Let me see something. Yeah, I have no idea how to. Oh, it does say invite guests. Let me click that and see. Copy the link. Okay. And then I guess you can post it in the comment section. Let me see if it posted. It did. Okay. Very simple. But I'm gonna do my commentary and then I'll invite Anybody up who want to come up and share in the topics that I'm going over today. So I hope you guys are doing good in the YouTube world, in the YouTube streets. Miss Chantell is feeling great, awesome. It's a lot of things I want to talk about because I haven't been on here in a minute. So there's a lot of things I want to cover. And number one topic of discussion, I want to say that I am so glad to see my people doing what they call it. They call it the Block Party 2025. Woo. I said before, I am so tired of these Black foreigners who do not know our culture. They don't know our culture. They don't understand us. They're not connected to the soil, to the people of this soil, this land. They don't understand. They have no connection. So they are lacking extreme care about foundational Black Americans and the struggle that our people endured here and still enduring to this day. They have no kind of connection to that. These people actually think that we are haters. They don't know of the struggle. So they think that we just complainers, we sit around, we complain, we haters, we ungrateful. And that is because they do not know the struggle of foundational Black Americans. They came after everything was laid out and founded, and they came and ate and still eating. They don't even respect when we try to put the history to them and say, well, look, this is how it went down here. They don't even try to comprehend that. And the ones that do, the so-called good ones, right? The ones that do, they still would turn around and say, but what you expect us to do because of you saying this? What you want us to kiss your butt? You want us to worship you because you laid the foundations out for us to be able to come over here and live a better life and not get ate up in our own countries, not get hunted down like food, not go through a whole raping system because over in other countries, they can do those women anything. Those women don't have any protection from rapings. I mean, my goodness gracious, they're selling little girls at 7 years of age into child brides, which is a cover up into sex. It's a cover up into sex slavery. They're selling their daughters. When I say they're selling their daughters, oh my goodness, they're selling these 7 year olds to 56 year olds and shit. Okay, they wouldn't say they selling them. They'll tell you on a documentary, oh, her husband is this 16-year-old. Well, sir, 16 is too old for 7 years of age as well. But a 16-year-old can't afford to buy a child bride. You understand what I'm saying? It's not, no, they put him there as, just a cover. That little girl is actually being sold to a 65-year-old. I heard one story a while back. The the Some of them, oh my goodness, the things they do to women over there, oh my goodness. Ooh, ooh, let's move along. They do horrible things to each other. They have money rituals where they kidnap each other. In Nigeria, especially. It's not just Africa though. In Nigeria, not just Nigeria. They have kidnappings galore in Nigeria, especially to do money rituals on people. So I watched the whole video of this African lady explain. She was saying how even a young man is doing it. She said how her friend would be very, very poor and without, and her son just comes out of nowhere with all this money. You can look this stuff up on YouTube. These videos exist on YouTube. Her son comes and he has all this money, and she say, "Why you not ask your son where he get that money from? He got all this money out of nowhere to buy this and do that. You ask your son." Because the lady is insinuating that her son killed someone. See, the money ritual is not them killing somebody and then all of a sudden out of nowhere. Let me turn this commercial off. All of a sudden out of nowhere, the money disappear. like, they got people thinking that's how it go. Like, okay, they kidnap somebody, they kill them and perform a money ritual, and then the money just start coming to them out of nowhere. No, that's not how it go. They kidnap people, kill them, and sell their organs. On the video tape that I'm telling you about that's on YouTube, the person tells about it. They say that they sell their organs and they can get 100,000 for a head, and they get so much for a feet and different body parts and stuff. So it's creepy to even talk about. So these people are some dangerous minded people. Survivalist. When I say survivalist, that should that should raise your antennas, baby. When people is on survival mode, that's some dangerous, you know what I'm saying? They'll do a lot of different stuff. And right now in American society, in this atmosphere, they have people here that's in survival mode. We do understand that Trump has just ended TPS of many groups of TPS, temporary protection status, in America. Venezuelans, Haitians. Oh, we're gonna get deeper into this right here. Oh my goodness. And listen, they if they had any type of government housing, Section 8 projects, whatever, it's done. No food stamps, no housing, no jobs, no nothing. Period. Nothing. They fully considered undocumented now. And people is not paying attention to the moves that Trump is making. But we're gonna talk about it. I'm gonna talk about it tonight. The status right now, the atmosphere in America, you guys need to be aware of what's going on in your atmosphere, your environment. It's survival mode right now. These people are not coming out, going get on the airplane to be deported. Who you see doing that? Nobody. It was very few though. It was very few, from 500,000 Haitians, 200 plus thousand Venezuelans, and a whole bunch of other groups. Thousands of them from other groups. Ain't nobody showing up at the airport, sweetheart, to be deported. Ain't nobody calling ICE somebody, yeah, I'm ready to be picked up. That's not happening. If it were you and I, we wouldn't do it either. Okay, because what are they bringing you back to? You know what I'm saying? Now, I did hear a story about this one guy who they did catch, and they released him. And everybody was like, what? Why? Why he got released but everybody else? Well, he had a legitimate case, and there was proof behind his case. Let me know if my music's too loud in the background. You can just put a 1 in the chat. Let me know, because I got some music playing in the background. So this guy was from Jamaica, and he is gay. I ain't gonna say he was gay. He is gay, because they got some black immigrants that came here and they used to be like, um, when they apply for asylum, they would say they're gay and they're running from their country. This dude is actually a gay guy, still is, and he was shot 5 times in Jamaica. So see, there's proof of his situation. He was shot 5 times in Jamaica because he was gay and openly gay. And you can't be openly gay out there because Jamaicans don't be playing that. All right? You can't be walking out there twitching and doing all that stuff they do in America. I forgot what they call them, gutty boys or something like that. One time I watched a documentary a long time ago about it. And they had the gay guys living under in tunnels underground. That's how bad it is. They gotta run and hide. Even their families dismiss them and beat them. Yeah, they like try to beat the devil out of them or something, the gay. And so he had, they couldn't deny him because he had been shot 5 times, due to him being gay in Jamaica, openly gay. So they released him and approved his his status. Okay, so it's special situations like that where this man, it was documented what happened to him in his country, and if he go back there as a gay person, his life is in harm. Then you know. So yeah, there's a lot of raids taking place right now, ICE raids everywhere. Chinatowns, lots of Chinatowns, Amazon facilities, because I know a lot of them probably get hired without papers or something. I'm not quite sure. Um, Listen, I remember they said it wasn't going to the schoolhouses, but honey, they're going to the high schools. They're going to the high schools. They're waiting for people outside their children elementary schools, high schools, colleges. Oh yes, they're going everywhere. They having ice raids everywhere. So yeah, he's doing it. Wait a second. Okay, so let me get back to this so I can move along in order though. I am glad that my people is doing the 2025 block 'em party. I call them block 'em. It's the block 'em party. They call it block party 2025. I say 25 block 'em party. Okay, because listen, it don't make sense to argue with people that's just liars. They know they lying. They know they lying. And you know how they know they lying? And we know they lying, of course, but they know they liars too, because some of the people from their same groups step up and step out and say, you know what? Why y'all sitting around all online talking about foundational Black Americans don't have culture when you know very well their culture is practiced and followed all around the world, even in a bunch of different African countries? Have you guys heard of Comerica or some shit? Excuse my language. I think they call themselves in Ghana, one of them countries, Nigeria, Comericans, Americans. Child, it's a community of Africans trying to be rappers, all up in France and stuff, trying to be rappers and stuff. It ain't just Black immigrants that, culture vulture. It's a whole bunch of people around the world. Their own people step up and step out and say this. Look, why is you lying? So we know they're lying, and we know that they know they're lying. At one point, we want to say, well, they don't know no better. They dumb. They don't know any better. They don't know the history. They don't know. No, 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 no. They know what they're doing. They know very well what they're doing. They're agitators. Some of them are savage minded. When I say savage minded, they're the type of people that take what they want, regardless to what you say. You can't stop them from doing it. So I'm going to take it. And we're going to get into that a little deeper. I know we've heard the saying, choose your battles wisely. And that's what we have to do in this case. Them people is coming off like retarded people. We tell them, hey, this is disrespectful. We're just not going to mess with you. You know what? You told us a many thousand hundred times that we're not African. You're right. I agree. No, you are African. You African. No, no, we're not African. We're indigenous Americans. No, you're African. You're in fear of being an African. You come from me. Oh, I'm gonna tell you right now, I didn't know that the African people, even the African Union, what they try to pull on us with the trying to come. Well, first of all, they're sitting online, Pan Africans and all these other Black immigrants talking about how we shouldn't get reparations. But then when the AU, the African Union, try to pull one on us and try to get reparations in our name, so called for us, oh, Pan Africans don't have nothing to say. they're in agreement with this, and the other Black immigrants, they all in agreement because they feel they're going to get some of it. Any FBA that tells me that they're not in support of reparations is not an FBA person. I don't give a damn if you are FBA by lineage. You're not FBA. You on some treason. You're not FBA, period. They got some people of every community that's not good for their community, that needs to be booted down the street. So if you're not moving like a FBA lineage person, you're not to be respected like one. You remember Tommy Sotomayor, y'all, how he used to get up here? I don't know if he's FBA or not, but he's probably likely not. But if he is, I'm talking about a person like him. You don't go, oh, he FBA, so we still gonna show him love. No, 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 no. He's not moving like a FBA. He's a danger to our existence. Every community, culture, nation, tribe has people like this around them. All right. So I'm happy that my people is doing the Block 'em 2025. I call it Block 'em Party 2025. But I'm glad my people is doing the Block Party 2025 because these people got issues that, you know, it's not even worth entertaining. These people on some, um savage minded stuff. All right. So um let's talk about this right here while I'm on that topic. Let me turn my music down. They are, and I mean Black immigrants, mainly Africans. They're going around the world, y'all. Let me turn this down a little more. They're going around the world pretending, doing the same thing they're doing to us, to other people, actually. Okay. And what I mean by that is we're seeing all online, different social media platforms of these Black people that reside in different parts of the world, like in Scotland, Ireland, the UK, America, Cuba, Mexico, all these different places, right? They reside. And they are African people and Caribbean people. And they are identifying as the nationality, not their ethnic group, but they're identifying as the nationality of that country. So you have Africans living in Scotland calling themselves Scottish. When you say, well, where are you from? Oh, I'm Scottish. Completely avoids telling us their origin is from Nigeria or Jamaica or somewhere. They just go, oh, I'm Scottish. And you're like, no, where you from? I'm Scottish. No, no, where do you originate from? I'm Scottish. I'm like, oh my effing goodness. Are you serious? Listen, they're doing the same thing in the UK. They're gonna tell you that they're British. They Brits. Now, where you from though? See, this is stuff they used to pull on us. Same thing in Ireland. Where you from? I'm Ireland. I'm Irish. One second, let me turn this off. Yeah, they are out here stealing people's nationality, hiding behind people's nationality. But their origins is of Africa and a Caribbean. Hold on, it's Now, I'm not saying at all that they shouldn't do it, but what? Because listen, if the Scottish is okay with it, mind your business. Let them continue calling themselves identifying as Scottish. If the Irish is okay with them identifying as Irish, then let it be. If Black America, aka foundational Black Americans are okay with Africans and Caribbeans identifying as Black American, which they are not, then okay. But of course, we have an issue with it over here. Okay, that cultural identity theft stuff. Um, Listen, they're doing this everywhere. They're calling themselves, look, they got some of them in Hawaii, Africans. So they're going to identify as Hawaiian. They got some of them in Pakistan. They're going to identify as Pakistani. Some of them, many of them in China. So they're going to identify as Chinese when I say, where you from? China. No, no, China. Okay, sir, where are your origins from? China. Uh, Enough said right there. They're going around the world doing this. Stealing people identity, nationality, identifying as other people's nationality. Totally not identifying themselves by their ethnic origin. I can't even begin to understand why somebody would do that. Why would I move to Hawaii and start calling myself Hawaiian when somebody say where you from? Oh, Hawaii. No, where you from? No, I'm from Hawaii. I'm Hawaiian. Where you from? China? No, no, where you originate from? China. I'm Chinese. I mean, people will look at me like I'm crazy. So they have this little culture thing where they're going around the world identifying as other people's nationality. And we have to understand why, because in their countries, they are going through some hell of a stuff. They have migrated to many other countries and they're looking to hide from themselves, especially Nigerians, because nobody wants to be bothered with Nigerians. Even Kimmy, she's a politician in the UK. Kimmy is a Nigerian. Her parents originate from Nigeria. And she grew up in Nigeria, I believe. I don't think she was born and raised there, but she grew up there from a very young age. And Kimmy is like, listen, don't call me Nigerian. I'm not Nigerian. I'm British. I'm Brit because I don't know anything about Nigeria. I grew up here in the UK and that's it. Kimmy is totally disgusted with her own people. She wants nothing to do with them. And she has a white husband and biracial kids. I'm quite sure her kids don't have no kind of Nigerian names or anything like that. I don't even know if Kimmy is a Nigerian name. It might be a European name. Kimmy say, mm-mm. No, I can't do them no more. That's beyond some Uncle Ruckus stuff, right? Uncle Ruckus was a self-hater, straight up like hardcore self-hater, but Kimmy straight up just ditching her whole ethnic origin. Hello, this is what's going on with them. So I guess it's out of survival. Okay. Um, that brings me to Kanye. It makes me think about Kanye. Kanye West. Y'all know how Kanye go around and he used to wear the Confederate flag. Kanye would wear the Confederate flag because that was his way of taking somebody else's cultural identity as, and using it as his to piss them off. Like, who gonna walk around with a Confederate shirt and purses and clothing and skinhead boots. You know what the skinheads wear? Let me turn my commercial off. You know, dressed like a whole skinhead. I mean, if we do something like that, he trying to get Black Americans to pull that. Like, let's piss him off by wearing skinhead boots. You know, I call them skinhead boots because that's who used to wear the boots, but not Black people wearing them. I don't know what's the matter with them. But listen, wear the Confederate flag as shirts, purses, and everything, and that's how we piss them off and take their identity, take their stuff from them, because they can't stop us from wearing it, right? Just like we can't stop Africans from calling themselves Black Americans. I, I don't know what's up with that type of stuff. We're going to take your identity, we're going to take your culture and wear it and represent it, go around the world and represent it. Like, what is the matter with you? You're crazy. That's what Kanye West wanted us to do. He wanted us to wear the Confederate flag and dress like a skinhead with the skinhead boots and stuff. And now, last I heard, he had that Klan's robe that was all black. And this stuff is supposedly, I guess, to piss the other person off and take their cultural stuff. So what? Why are we taking their cultural stuff, their cultural identity of Klan's robes and Confederate flags, and we're gonna put it on ourselves? I mean, all that's gonna do is piss them off. I mean, what? Yeah. Anyways, I don't get that type of gameplay. I don't know what's up with that, but I don't like it. And I can tell you this much: we have a lot of Black immigrants identifying as African American and Black American, which is the name of foundational Black Americans. They know that they should not be walking around calling themselves African American because, first of all, they'll tell us in a second, Miss, Africa is a continent. There's so many different countries in Africa. Don't generalize us, but when you tell me to call you an African American, you're telling me to generalize you as one. And I know damn well East Africans, they do not like to even closely being associated with West Africans. They find them to be the grossest people. Matter of fact, a lot of Northern Africa, Eastern Africans find West Africans, Sub-Saharan West Africans to be gross and hideous people. They don't want to even closely. You tell a Somalian or Ethiopian or somebody like that, Kenyan, that they the same Africans as those West Africans. Oh my gosh, you might, them people gonna go crazy on you. They can't stand them. And the way they've been behaving lately, I gotta say, I agree. They are truly creepy. The ones that's doing it, they're creepy. It's creepy behavior. Identifying yourself as Black Americans, coming over here, getting in our face, talking about you made America and you were here first. You know, they're talking about the Africans that was brought here as slaves are the foundational Black Americans. Lord have mercy. Not the descendants of them, but the Africans that was brought here as slaves. Is we were here first. What are you talking about? Your people sold those particular people all around the world to foreigners. Don't say we. I mean, I just can't. I can't deal with the mindset of them. It's savage behavior, and it's a savage mindset. Stop trying to take people's identity, take people's culture. Stop it. So, um, they're going about making all these social media pages calling themselves African American and Black American. They're making pages that say Black Americans support Abraham Tory. Black Americans are leaving America by the thousands. They're talking about Africans who identify as Black American. They're not talking about us, FBA, but they identifying as us while they're doing it, which is totally disrespectful because that's our identity. Okay. So I find that to be very alarming and dangerous because I've even heard some cosplaying FBAs on different channels when they're talking, they would say stuff like, they would insinuate that FBA's foundational Black Americans want a war with skinheads. And they start talking like that. They start going, yeah, because they don't want the smoke. I'm FBA. No, you're not. You're cosplaying number one. But they don't want the smoke with us. Them skinheads and them white folks don't know what they asking for. And you know they got knuckleheads online, right? People that's looking for stuff like that, that wake up on that type of tip and they hear this clown up here cosplaying FBA talking about insinuating war. I've had to cut in and say, hey, wait a minute, hold on, that's not so. FBA ain't insinuating war with nobody. FBA is just simply saying we're delineating. Plus, we're delineating from Black immigrants. We ain't even talking about white people at this point. See, the conversation was to throw FBA, real blood FBAs off of the conversation was meant to throw us off of the Black immigrant issue, the delineation. Come on now, I'm live streaming. Don't do that. Hold on, y'all. About 30 minutes. So, so, um, they they want to throw us off from what's going on with FBA is delineating from Black immigrants. So they sit on their panels and insinuate things like, FBAs want a war with other groups of people with skinheads and whites. I mean, like, that is so dangerous. It's dangerous and sad. And this is what these people do. Hold on a second, y'all. I gotta get this noise out of here. Hold on. I gotta cash up somebody right quick. I'm sorry, y'all. Listen, leave me alone right now. One second. Let me cash up. Somebody bothering me about dang on shame. So I'm trying to hold on to my point as well. Remember what I'm saying. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that, people. Um, I find it to be troubling and alarming to insinuate things like that while you cosplaying FBAs, Foundational Black Americans. That's bothersome to me. And a lot of them always talk about first and second generation of immigrants here that was born and raised in America identifying as us because it was embedded in them since they were children by their parents. And so this is how they think of themselves as us. They cannot comprehend very well that their origins. I told you on the last stream I did, they do not identify with their people back home because when they tried, they were rejected and told that you're not us, you're not Jamaican, or you're not Trinidadian, or you're not Haitian. You're Americanized. You're American. You know nothing about being a Haitian or a Jamaican or a Trinidadian. You're American. And they've been told this by their own parents. I did this a previous live stream. I talked about this. And so it's embedded in them that they are us. All right. I'm not arguing against that because if you put, it's not their fault. I say that on the last live stream, it's not their fault. They've been embedded with our culture to believe that they are one of us because they were born and raised here. All right. So when they went around talking about Black Americans have an identity crisis, these are Pan Africans, by the way. A lot of them spring up to become Pan Africans because they want to try to get an identity that bring all of us together as one. And we're talking mainly Black Americans. They don't do that to other groups of people. When they try to pull that with those Dominicans, what they say, I know Black. I know Black. Ooh, I know Black. When they tried to, I heard a guy, he was online ranting about his child's mother, who's Honduran. He telling her she Black like us. And she's like, honey, I am not a Black woman. I am Honduran. What is you talking about? Okay. They have people with that type of mindset. I call those type of people integrationists. They have integration mindsets. They want to make everybody one and mix with everybody. Everybody's one. We're one. You know. Um, and unfortunately, in this society that we live in, especially in America, you know, it is a social construct. Race is a social construct, but we can't afford to not group up and move as a group in this country, in this atmosphere, unless we're going to be at the bottom, which we are. And why is that? Because we have allowed them to infiltrate us and push all kind of craziness among us in our communities against the brothers and sisters, drag our children for filth, talking about all they do is this and that. We have allowed these people to come in our mix and tell us that we ain't nothing but, you understand what I'm saying? And we fell for the foolery. And so now we have no unity in our community. Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? Where the love? You got brothers walking around here acting like they don't know how to relate to a sister. Sisters are mad because brothers is out here talking about other races of women, lifting other races of women up over their own women. What Tupac say? We got to start being real to our women and relate to our women, or else we're going to have a race of babies who hate the ladies that make the babies. And certainly we have that right now. Our young boys aim for anything that looks close to foreign. A lot of them that's full of self-hatred. The ones that's not, you're going to clearly see who's strong-minded out there because they go for them a chocolate drop. Because they okay with being who they are. A lot of our young men are in a state of hating the ladies that made them, hating the kind of ladies that they come from, Black women. You understand what I'm saying? You think white people did a number? Shush. Them Black immigrants came over here and swift through our community and pulled one on us too. They the creators of gender banging, welfare queen, calling us welfare queens. Y'all ain't nothing but welfare queens, and y'all put us on child support and all. It's all kind of foolery. When you think back beforehand in the 60s, Black Americans were not on that. Our people were respectful. This is before the drug epidemic, of course. Our people had it going on. We were tight knit people, respected each other, had love for each other, all of that. It wasn't just drugs they pushed in our communities that ruined our neighborhoods and our people's mindset, but it was also Black immigrants come through and that put that there in our communities. Black immigrants are some very self-hating people. They freaking hate themselves. I'm gonna tell you something now. Listen, they would deny a Black, woo, they don't like themselves. I'm just saying, this is what I witnessed. A lot of times we don't know that they're Black immigrants because they have the American accent, they're moving and talking like us, and we don't know they are first or second generation, Jamaican or African or something. The ones we can identify by accent, some of them even tried though. They'd be like, yeah, I'm born and raised here in America. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, really? Oh, I hear it in your accent. You're born and raised here. But anyways, the ones that can get away with it, like first and second generation of immigrants here in America, those are the ones I'm talking about. That's an issue for the FBA people, the Black Foundation of Black Americans. As I said, they sit on panels and pretend cosplay Black Americans and insinuate dangerous things in the air. They are indeed a problem. And some people, and you can tell who they are because the first thing they're gonna say, they're gonna, it's in their hearts. They know that they're not you. You're not the people where you come from. You originate. They deny you. And then we up here delineating now, denying you. So see in their heart, they know they're not one of us because they have been told that, especially during this time of delineation. They have been told you're not one of us. Yes, you're culturally a Black American, but you're not one of us by lineage. And they don't take light to that. No, hold on. And so a lot of them are Pan Africans too. They spring up to become Pan Africans. This idea, they promote this idea. I'm gonna move along from this topic because I got other topics, but they promote the idea of one flat black, is what I heard them saying. Flat black. What the hell is flat black, sir? We were all flat black in New York. That's how it went down. Ain't no such thing as, we go to this neighborhood and they be like, we Jamaicans, and they go over here and be like, we Trinidadians, and you go over here and be like, we Nigerians. In New York, it's just flat black. You're a liar. You're a fat lip liar. A fat tongue liar. And in New York, we go over to here, all that old foolery, the lies and lies galore. That's what they do. They lie or lies. Flat black in New York. For real. So ain't no Jamaican communities in New York. Ain't no Nigerian communities in New York. It's just everybody's just mixed up in one place like a melting pot. You's a liar. So this is another way they were able to try and steal the hip hop from Black Americans. Where we all one, and listen, listen. It's a problem. And I think that the problem is we have to learn how to weed. That's loud. We have to learn how to weed them out. First and second generation of immigrants that's born and raised in America, cosplaying FBA, Foundation of Black Americans. We have to learn how to weed them out. And a good way to hear them, I've done a video on this as well. A good way to weed them out, to hear them, they're going to speak. Listen, the scriptures say, what proceed from a man's mouth come directly from his heart. When they speak, I don't care if they start off acting like the FBA. When they get to really talking, you're going to hear the immigrant origin of them come out their mouth from their heart. They're going to start saying things that's not on code, as y'all like to say. They don't listen. A full blood foundational Black American person, their heart, when they speak out from their mouth, which comes directly from their heart, they're going to be going hard for foundational Black Americans because that's who they are. That's what they are. Like myself, they go hard. They don't give immigrant a second thought. But the minute you hear somebody that's talking and they come off like they're about us, about foundational Black Americans, but then all of a sudden it leads into, but that's not how we should be. We should be more friendly with the immigrant because that's either by ethnic person or a first or second generation immigrant. If we have a dummy that don't know what's going on, because some of them do exist, they don't know the history, they don't know what's going, their eyes are closed. We have some of those walking around that's full blood foundational Black Americans, and they don't really understand what's going on or know what's going on. And all they know is that we all the same skin complexion. For those type of people, we have to dismiss them as an immigrant. You're no good to your community. Move along. But to allow them to come in and what you call it, be an agent of chaos among us while we trying to build. I ain't talking about it on social media because on social media it's a form of entertainment as well. Nobody wants to hear echo chamber. Some people want to give that opportunity to debate. But I'm talking about in realness. We can't afford, and we got to move into realness. We can't afford to allow them to come in the mix and throw their mix in it of, well, you have to respect us and not expect us to bow down to you and worship you because you founded, because you was here during the founding of America and you built, we're not going to worship you or anything like that. You know, all that right there is nonsense. Baby, don't nobody want nothing from you. People is just allowing you to understand what your position is disrespectful to us and our culture. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to respond by delineating, which makes complete sense. What do you expect us to do? Oh, you're right. You know what? We shouldn't just go ahead and continue to disrespect us. You're right. What the hell? So we actually responding in the right way, delineating, boycotting, and not supporting anything that they do in America. And let me tell you something, y'all. When it comes to, let me move along on a different topic because I'm just yapping on about that one thing. But when it comes to foundational Black Americans, we run the show. We do. We got our hand in everything: politics, sports, entertainment, television, TV, entertainment. What else? Did I say sports? I say sports, right? Um, And we ain't talk, I mean, we ain't even talk about all the inventions and contributions we made to this country. 95% of everything used in this country is invented by a Black person. The street stop sign, you know, the red traffic lights, alarm systems, gas mask, stove, refrigerator, wash machine. Oh yeah, dryer too, dryer, heater, wash machine. Um, what else? Folding tables and chairs, the mailbox system. What else? Trying to think off the top of my head. Uh, Elevator doors. I said alarm systems, right? Enhance. Uh, 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 en- Enhance the concoction to a light bulb. Bling. We wouldn't have a light bulb if it wasn't for blacks. Hello, bling. What else? Blood bank. Blood bank. The first doctor to separate Siamese twins. The first doctor to remove cataracts from people's eyes so they can see again. Heavy in technology. Optics. What they call that material? Optics. The little plastic wiring stuff they use with technology and what they call it, like internet stuff. Optics material. First person to use optic materials. Caller ID, call waiting, conference call, all that crap right there been invented by a black woman, sweetheart. Computer chip. Uh-huh. Listen, they had a brother that told all different fields, astronomics as well. The astronomics as well. Worked for NASA. Our people had a hand in that. Everything. Completely taken over the music industry in America. Just about every music genre is us. TV entertainment, that's us. Everybody watch all of our stuff, that's us. Sports. Hmm. Yeah. Oh, and now our young people have a hand in the gaming industry. Ain't invented nothing yet, but they very well, in the gaming industry. And by the way, the gaming console was created by a black person. Oh yeah. 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 It's a lot more other stuff I haven't called off from the top of my flashlight, neon lights. Yeah. Everyday stuff that you use in this country. Baby stroller, maxi pads. Yes, maxi pads. Trying to think every day. Um, First shoemaking machine, but he wasn't a foundational Black American, but he was Black. Um, First person to make a shoe machine. Yeah. What else? Oh, our people had a hand in the train systems. The train intercoms. Oh yeah, baby. Invented by a black person. A train intercoms. How they can talk to each other and stuff like that. Train intercoms. The things that connect the trains. Black person. Oil lubrication for the train engines. Oh yeah, black person. Um, what else? Lots of different things. Lots of different things. Everyday things that's used in this country. You could never say Black America. What are you talking about, Black America? What? Can you imagine it without Black American inventions and Black American people? It would be so nothing. Okay, let me turn this commercial off. So, um, even though our footprint here is heavy, they would try and say that we have nothing going on in America. No, 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 no. What you're seeing today is the people that's still oppressed by the hand of rulership. They can give everybody, they can rectify situations with everybody financially, economically. But when it comes to the foundational Black American people, they refuse to give a penny to foundational Black American people who actually was used as free labor to build this country up, build the White House and all. They refuse to give us a penny because, first of all, they're not going to have access to us any longer because we're going to move away from them. Ooh, can you imagine if we move away from them? Who they going to demonstrate their "I'm better than you" on? Ain't gonna be nobody. They're not gonna be able to wake up and take out their frustrations on anybody else but each other. They won't have nobody to go out in the streets and harass like they do Black men, women, and children. Just go up to them and harass them. They won't have anybody to put on a uniform and go patrol. Who they gonna patrol then and go F with? If we have reparations, because we most certainly would move away from them as far as possible. And you know, the land of the law is you can't come on to somebody's property if they own it. They do understand that. Hold on a second. So yeah, what was I saying? Hold on, I'm catching. I'm trying to get my thought back. Oh, I was talking about reparations, and I was talking about reparations and how good it would be for us because we would be able to move away from them, and they know very well that that is something that we will most definitely do. And they know that we are natural builders. They know we're going to build, and they don't want the competition. Oh yeah, it would be competition. I just named to you everything. 95% of everything used in this country was invented by Black people during harsh times. Many of our inventions were not even claimed by us because our people was in slavery and they had to give it to the people that owned them. Many, many inventions stolen, bought away. Telephone, by the way, telephone people. I forgot about that. He sold it, but he sold it right after he invented it. Like he had a little clout and then he sold it. So sometimes they will buy the patent or invention from the person before people even know they invented it. But with the telephone, the guy invented it and he had a little clout and then he sold it. So it was known that it was invented by a Black man. Telephone. Oh yeah. So see, we're not dealing with this just with the Europeans who don't want to rectify the situation of free labor slavery in this country, but it's also a thing with other Black immigrants. Okay. They want to come and challenge us and tell us that, you know, um, we ain't S today. And and we have to explain that, well, what you're seeing is, one second, let me turn this off. We have to explain this to them. What you're seeing is the hand of suppression that know who we are and they don't want to up any cash to us or anything. They'll give trillions to foreign groups and stuff, but not they won't give economic justice to descendants of slaves in the country because they know they won't have access to us anymore. You understand? Let me take a sip of my tea. So, oh yeah, that's right. I just looked down at my phone. Somebody say open heart surgery. That's right, baby. First pacemaker. Yep. Toilet. Yeah, yeah. That's right. Enhanced toilet. Not just the toilet like our bag. So we're talking enhanced, pull the string and it flush type of stuff. So yeah. Um, very much. It's a lot of I was thinking off the top of my head. I ain't got no kind of gadget in front of me. I can pull it up and read off the list. Just thinking off the top of my head. And just recently, I am so proud of the brother that invented a machine that makes fresh water from air vapor. That's freaking incredible. And the military was one of his first purchasers who purchased his machine because that's an awesome type of gadget to have. And he said his machine was destroyed. And he said whoever did it was not the average type of person that was just trying to destroy his machine, but how they destroyed the machine, they had to be somebody who had knowledge of that type of engineering. Yeah, yeah. So we don't be bragging and being egotistic. What you hear from us is we're proud to be who we are. And that is something to gatekeep. That's very much something to gatekeep. Let's move on to another discussion though. Let's talk about I wanted to talk about well, I spoke on first and second generation of immigrants cosplaying Black Americans, and I've heard some. I want to say this right here before I move on to something different again. I want to say I've heard some first and second generation of immigrants, Black immigrants that cosplay Black Americans. I've heard them say things like, "We have." It was so confusing for me. I'm still trying to understand it because before I dismiss something, I actually try to understand where the person is coming from. You understand what I'm saying? I give it a chance and I try to understand where they're coming from. So I've heard some of them host panels. They host panels saying that they're FBA, and I know they cosplaying though, because Miss Chantell could hear it. All right. But listen, they be cosplaying as foundational Black American and they start saying stuff like, but we have to remember that we can't do it all on our own. We have to remember to have allies. And they're not talking about with white people. They're talking about Black immigrants. We have to have allies. So, okay, I'm confused at that point because if you say you're delineating from Black immigrants and you're not delineating because you hate them, you're delineating because you feel that they're very disrespectful and we have to gatekeep our culture because they're trying to claim a lot of our cultural achievements. So you're delineating. But at the same time, you have foundational Black Americans that's cosplaying. They're not foundational Black Americans, but they're cosplaying foundational Black Americans on these panels and stuff. They're promoting the idea that, well, we can't do it all alone. We have to have alliances with Black immigrants. We just can't do it all alone. We can't delineate without having Black immigrants involved. Now that ain't making no sense right there. I have to go, wait a minute. Okay. Is something I'm not catching on to or I'm not following that. I'm not getting it. So you're delineating from Black immigrants calling themselves flat Black, talking about we're one. You're delineating because you're saying that everybody have the name of their own group. They have their own group identity. Jamaicans, Nigerians, Trinidadians. Oh, what the heck is that? Everybody have a name for their own group except Black Americans who identify as Black Americans. Give me a second. Let me check this. But let's keep it real though. you're delineating from being flat black with other immigrants whom you say have an identity as Jamaican or Trinidadian or Nigerian or Ghanaian. You're delineating from them. And in order for you to delineate, you need to have formed some type of alliance with them to be able to delineate from them. In the process of you delineating from them. I want y'all to think about that for a second. Hold on, let me while I go on pause a minute. Think about that because I can't catch on to that. So yeah, you I try to understand it. I'm not comprehending. Hold on, let me ask you a question. So they say that they're delineating. Delineating means they're okay, there's flat blackness, right? Everybody in America is saying, oh, we just black. Everybody black American. But in actuality, there's Nigerians calling themselves black like us. There's Puerto Ricans, there's Haitians, there's Trinidadians, Jamaicans. They all have their group identity. Our group identity is called Black American, right? We just call ourselves black, a Black American. So they come over here and do the same thing, call themselves a Black American. So Black America felt disrespected about them trying to steal our cultural achievements, saying they the ones that founded hip hop and all that kind of stuff. So Black Americans, they're telling us you ain't shit. You don't got nothing going on, no business, no nothing. So Black America said, hey, we feel disrespected by you. You guys are really disrespectful. So they went in hard and harder and they were like, well, y'all ain't shit in this country. We make this country great. Immigrate, make it great. So Black America said, we're delineating from you guys, right? Hold on. So now we calling ourselves Foundational Black American, right? Yeah. Not Black American, because Black means everybody, right? Yeah. So then there's some foundational Black Americans online saying, oh, no. In order for us to delineate, we got to have them involved. Does that make sense? Because I'm not getting so, it. In order to separate, you have to have the people you're separating from involved. Yeah. So delineating is just higher tier segregation. Sounds like. You go ahead. No, you want something different. Huh? You go ahead. You delineate separate. Boy, you better go ahead. I'm gonna teach him better, y'all. Just ignore what he say. I'm gonna teach him better. Talking about some higher tier. What the hell? High tier? What? Segregation. These young people and this shit. Hold on, let me take a sip of my tea. So I'm gonna have to talk to him tonight. I like the young people talk, but you know they on something different. I had to cut him off at the beginning. Talking about some, well, it sounds like some high tier segregation. What are you talking about? That's why I don't believe in young people leading. See, let me tell you where it went wrong with our people culturally as well. When it when somebody decided to hand the mic to our young people, oh my goodness, they started singing and rapping about what? Girl, about a bunch of trash. And that's where you have the music scene went down the toilet because somebody decided to hand the mic to the young people. We should have kept it grown folks and classy. Even when grown folks back then, older people were entertainers. Even when they sang and they had a little bit of, ooh in it, it wasn't like really derogatory. You know what I mean? It was like, it was softly said. It wasn't songs like "Feel It on Your Booty, Your Booty, Your Booty," or "I'ma sex you down," and don't talk about the rap. Somebody said in a chat, but African calls. Hold on, let me move this out the way. But Africans call Black Americans. I can't see my chat. American? Didn't Trump say he was changing the Black Museum to focus on Black inventors? I have no idea if he's changing it to focus on Black inventors. I have no idea. Um, I don't know. I don't really pay attention deeply to what Trump is doing. I do have a feeling that, you know, he's trying to bring the country together. I do think that he's trying to bring the people together, but not together as in one, but he's trying to give each group a step up to, well, I'm doing this right here for you, doing this right here for you, this right here for you, when it comes to Black and white, especially. But for the Black people, he hasn't really done anything major. Like um, removing a lot of stuff may be a good idea in his head to make it seem like slavery wasn't so bad and slavery to try to wipe it away. That's not how you rectify a situation, by removing, documentation of it. That's not how you rectify a situation. Well, I'm gonna remove all this and then I'm gonna turn around and do this for them. You see what I'm saying? To rectify the situation, you have to rectify the situation properly. You have given everybody. America makes its own money. I don't want to hear nothing about we don't have enough and this and that. We have sat here and watched America give trillions to immigrant groups, foreign nations, US aid, billions and billions to foreign nations. It's no such thing as we don't have it to rectify what we did, how we use these people as free labor to build this country. Okay? So I think that he's trying to get around that, but there's no getting around that, to try to make Black people feel like, yeah, I acknowledge that you're a part of America and I acknowledge your footprint in America. I acknowledge you, but you got to rectify the situation. And if I were him, I would not give trillions um to Black America until they are delineated. Because I wouldn't allow it either. I'm not gonna see Black America merge with another group of people and I have to give you trillions to rectify a situation. I'm paying immigrants that you got connected to your group. No, 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 no. I wouldn't do that either. I'll say, honey, when y'all get that together, come back to the table. It don't take a lot. Go organize yourselves. Get that right there together. Okay? Because I hear a lot of people talk about, oh, there's 43 million and this and that of us. But American statistics, we should understand that's race based. It is not ethnic based. It's race based. So we have to delineate in order to do things gatekeep, which is very important, in order for people to have respect for our particular group. We do have to delineate. Okay. They've had a lot of crime take place in America, and that crime of different immigrants, Black immigrants, it fell on Black America, foundational Black Americans, because we allow people to come in and identify as us. So, no, I wouldn't give reparations either if you don't have it together. First, you need to organize. Organize, get it together. We have brilliant women out here. Organize and get it together. Okay, but I wouldn't be paying no immigrants that's a part of your group no reparations for you. Okay, so somebody said, "What about HBCUs? What about them?" Um, yeah, so hurricane relief to HBCUs. I think it says he funded 322 million to hurricane relief to HB. Child, listen, $322 million, it sure ain't go to Black people, Black American pockets. That's for sure. See that money right there? That's another thing that why we have to delineate and build a base for our particular ethnic group. Because when you give money in the name of us to us, we should receive that monies, not corporations. Because they be having these third party corporations. The government, when they issue out money, it don't go directly to the groups and to the neighborhoods. It goes to these established profits, hold on, organizations. It goes to them first, and then they send it out. They organize how the money gonna be sent out and what for in that neighborhood or to those particular groups. No, babe, we don't need third party nothing. That's why we have to have our own base, our own lineage base. And yes, elected officials from us to receive that funding for us. Until then, you haven't given anything to Black America because those people cut off what they want first. They get all the gettings and then they issue out what's left. That's how that goes. That's how the government system works. When they give out money to billions of dollars for the homeless programs, it goes to these nonprofit organizations or other organizations that structure to handle the money, and then they chop it down into we're going to give this to mentally ill, we're going to give this to work towards preventing early teen pregnancy, we're going to give this towards stuff like that. By the time it actually reached those programs issued out, there's not a lot left because people, they steal money. Organizations do, they don't give all the money that's supposed to be given. Okay. I don't know what they gave HBCUs, but I guarantee it didn't go strictly directly to HBCUs. That's my point. Let me heat my tea up a sec. So So that's how that goes. Um, but we have to we have to get our own. We got to get organized. Is the whole point of it. Foundational Black Americans. We're online, and that's great and wonderful. Everything starts online. Black Lives Matter. That movement was sold to someone who, in turn, took it and made it an international movement. You saw Black Lives Matter exist all around the world. They got Black Lives Matter, Chinese people, all kinds of people that's Black Lives Matter participants. Okay. For whatever reason he bought it, I don't know. It's none of my business, but he bought it. But it started online with some Black women, sisters. And that's what we have to do with delineation. It started online. I'm going to say that because I have hopes and I do believe that it is about to take full force offline as well. Okay. Because I'm glad because it is blocking 2025 party because we need to take the next step to forming organizations that cater strictly to foundational Black Americans. And this is not a hate thing. It's so far from a hate thing. It's not a hate thing. We respond in this way. Why? Because we hate somebody? No, we didn't put a lot of people on. A lot of Black famous people, we call them Black, a lot of Black immigrants that's famous in this country, they famous because of Black Americans, because of foundational Black Americans. They didn't just come here and become famous off of their own music. Rihanna tethered, Nicki Minaj tethered. A lot of the Busta Rhymes, Akon, it's so many of them. Um, it's many of them tethered to the culture and became famous. They didn't just come from their country and start introduce a new type of music genre and start, become a success in this country. They tethered to. Let me get this commercial off. They tethered to our culture to get to that point of success. Yeah, they tethered to our lineage to get to that type of success. And Black America put them on. Foundational Black Americans put them on. We are a loving people. We fought for Black immigrants to come to this country. But in turn, because we decided to delineate, because you're disrespectful to our lineage, so we become a hate group because our response to the disrespecting of our culture, trying to steal our cultural achievements, our response to delineate equals hatred. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. And so I am so glad about the Black Party because baby, we about to take this to the street full force. Oh yes. Yes, brothers and sisters, I need you to start organizations, grassroots organizations catering to foundational Black Americans. And baby, when we start doing that, we got to get offline. We got to take it to the streets now. That's what Black Lives Matter did, right? They started online, banging hard online, but then they moved it to the streets. They organized and took it to the streets, and not just one people. It wasn't just one people. It was many different groups. Whether you use the name foundational Black Americans, or whatever, ADOS, FBA, we need to start organizing in the streets. When I say in the streets, in our communities, organizing, catering to foundational Black American meetups and all type of stuff like after school program and just rotate just a few hours a day with our children, just finding ways to organize. We can have meetups, foundational Black American meetups. What they call the other one, American Descendants of Slaves, ADOS meetups. If somebody don't like what we're doing with the name of the title of the new title of Foundational Black American or ADOS, then another one can spring up, honey. Somebody else can come with another name, but it is a wonderful thing to get out, to take it to the streets and start organizing foundational Black Americans, and have meetups and start discussing stuff and start, doing our grassroots movements, because we've been online long enough and we for real with this. I can see it right now. It's something big. We're going to be organized in the streets pretty soon. Pretty soon. Mhm. I see it. So, moving along, let me see. I see a comment here by Pambo Kelly. Pambo. That was already done. A Black American party, and it is still going today. Look it up. Black Phones Party. Are you talking about like a political party? Let me see if I can move this screen. Because I'm not really used to live streaming from the phone. Let me see if I can. Uh, oh no, I don't want. What's that? Oh, so you're talking political? Okay, hold on. Okay, that's wonderful too, because we got to do it in all sectors, not just political. We need to have it in all sectors. We need to have women meet up, foundational Black American women meetups. We need to have foundational Black American men meetups, foundational Black American teen meetups, foundational Black American meetups, period. Political meetups, foundational Black American cleanup meetups where we go and clean our streets so people can understand we do care. Foundational Black American, different sectors of it. PTA meetings. A lot of times parents be working and they can't tend to going to PTA meetings on behalf of their children. So the Black Americans that lead the groups, can get together and go in representation for our children and organize what needs to go on, who needs to talk to what parent about what. You understand what I'm saying? We need it in all sectors. Foundational Black American pregnancy care. We have young ladies that's having children that don't have support. We need to have women that organize and show up to support these young ladies. We need to have foundational Black American meetups where we discuss all different type of things. We're finding ways to come back together in unity, not allowing anybody to infiltrate us anymore. Infiltrate us. Not whites, and definitely not Black immigrants either. Foundational Black American college students assistance, where we help young people get into college. They have programs like that, but they don't target the young people. They just pin it up somewhere at a school and be like, hey, if you want to go to school, you can. No, we need to have people that actually go out and purposely target these young people that's lost, who don't see a future for themselves, who don't know anything. They heard of college, but they don't even think they're qualified to they don't think they anything to be on college campuses. When in actuality, it's a whole lot of goodness in them. When I say goodness, a whole lot of skills. You never know what a person possesses until they're able to show those skills, but they don't get to show it because they may not have anybody in their life to encourage them to that level. You understand what I'm saying? So this is about bringing foundational Black Americans together again, unifying again. And if other groups of Black immigrants mistake that as we hate you, that's not my business. But I can tell you this, we'll always be able to point at social media pages that push a lot of anti-foundational Black American anger on their social media pages about us. And we'll always be able to say, you hear this type of stuff, this is what we're talking about. This is why we delineate. So moving along. That's what we got to do, Black people, foundational Black Americans. We got to hit the streets now. We got to hit the streets, baby. We got to hit the streets. They're going to know when they see us teaming up and coming together, when they see them grassroots organizations popping up, and it don't have to be called Foundational Black American FBA. It can be called ADOS 2, because I'm down with ADOS 2. Or we may even come up with another name and another name, but we all foundational Black Americans, and we're going to find a way to connect from that point. Again, that's how Black Lives Matter started, online, banging online, pushing it. Then they took it to the streets with their grassroots movement and organized. They had meetups in different places. So it's not just for one group to meet up like Foundational Black American FBAs, but ADOS too, in other groups as well. That's when we're going to be taken serious. Unity equals power. All right. All right. Moving along. And yeah, we got to have people. I'm not into politics. I don't politics, sweetheart. Even though I'm about to discuss politics, what's going on with the Trump administration and the atmosphere of America today, but I'm really not a big politician. I mean, I'm not a big, political person anymore. I'm not into it. I just sometimes, dibble and dab into the news and I see what's going on and I'm like, ooh, okay. But I'm not really into politics, but that doesn't mean I don't vote. I only voted one time for Obama for his first term. I voted for him and I didn't vote the second time because by then I smelled the shit that he was about and whatever. I only voted that one time, but I'm not totally against voting. I just believe that if you're going to vote properly, vote correctly. And voting it should never be an individual thing. Voting is for communities. You're voting to make something better in your community, not just for yourself, in your whole community, where you have purchased a home, where you have roots, where your children have roots. You want to make that community awesome for you and your family and your extended family and people that move there. Y'all want to be proud of the communities that you live in. So when you vote, it should not be an individual vote. It should be a vote to make your community better. So until then, Miss Chantell don't vote. Now, again, I don't politic, but when my people, when they establish a foundational Black American or American ADOS ADOS political grassroots party, which I believe that's ADOS already is that. And foundational Black Americans, some of them may develop some type of grassroots political party where the whole purpose of it is to come together as one and promote us as one and promote who we want to vote for. We don't have to vote for nobody that's in the running. We can promote somebody from our community to be in the running to represent our community. But unity has to come first. Unity equals power. So I will support that, even though I'm not into voting and all that kind of stuff. I will support my community members, my fellow lineage members voting for a particular candidate that will represent them and stand for them, want to make their community better. That's what it's about. It's about making your community better. It's not about you just liking a candidate so you vote for them. Like, what? So there are some awesome foundational Black American adults, people that politic very well. I've heard many of them online. They politic very well. They're so deep into that stuff, like they chop it apart like nothing. That's their thing. I'm not gonna say what my thing is, right? That's what their thing is. And so, when they come together, they form their grassroots movements and come together. Sure enough, I'm all with you because I know you want the best for the lineage and the community. Okay, that's how they go. So it's all about us hitting the streets and developing our grassroots. No, it shouldn't be just one. It's a whole bunch of us. It can't be just one. Develop your grassroots roots movements in every sector of our community. Grassroots to help old people, foundational Black American elderly assistance. You understand what I'm saying? All that kind of stuff like that. Unity equals power. That's what I'm talking about here. It's time to hit the streets. And it's time to get on board with the Blockham 2025 party. I keep saying it my way, but I think it's called Block Party 2025. I like it because we can't keep wasting our time on these people being agents of chaos. That's all they are. They're agents of chaos. They're here to distract. They're not here to add on to you or anything else. They're here to distract and take away. Going around the world using our name, so disrespectful. They try to hijack reparations. Oh my goodness. First they tell us that we shouldn't be begging for reparations, all that. The Pan Africans and Africans. And then try to hijack it. What? Oh, child, that right there gives me a headache. From that point, you should know who you're dealing with. It's no more talk. Like Willie D said, no more talk. I've had enough. I know what you're about. No more talking to you. That's Willie D. No more talk. I don't got nothing else to say. Let me take a sip of this tea. So yeah, um, I don't quite get FBAs or even cosplaying. They might be cosplaying FBAs. I don't quite get them when they say that, you know, us delineating, we need to involve other Black immigrants in delineating. I don't get all that kind of talk. It don't make no sense to me, Chantell. I don't get it. Period. You're delineating from these group of Black immigrants that say we all one, we flat Black Africans. You're going to delineate from them, but then you're going to also say you need them in order to delineate. You need them to participate with you, delineating from them, supporting them to support you, which you are not going to be supporting them. You're going to be supporting yourselves as foundational Black Americans, boycotting their stuff, gatekeeping your stuff from them, Okay. Somebody make that make sense for me because I don't even get that. Why would you need Black immigrants to support you in delineating? And why would you need to involve Black immigrants in you delineating to support you in delineating from them? That, oh my, too much. But this is the reason why the electoral college exists in America. A lot of people think that they vote for the next president, but they don't. You cast a popular vote, a general popularity vote of who you like. But in actuality, it is the electoral college, congressional people that choose who qualify and who's best to be the next president of America. It is not the public generation. I mean, the public general population. And this is why. Because you're gonna have some people who don't know what they're talking about. You're gonna have some people that's totally confused about what it takes to be an American president, what the qualifications are, all that kind of stuff. You don't know, but they know. Okay. So that's the purpose of having an electoral college, because everybody is not gonna be comprehending well, you know, what it takes to be a president and all that kind of stuff. Just like FBA delineating, all FBA people isn't comprehending very well uh, what we're doing with delineation. I just don't know how that makes sense when you're delineating and boycotting from them, but you want them to support you in delineating from them and boycotting them. My goodness. Okay, moving along. Moving along. Um, but they ride for us. Okay, that's cool. That's good. A lot of people say, "Hey, I ain't with all that crap that Africans and other Caribbeans is saying about Black Americans not having culture." I'm not with that. We get that there are some people who's not with the nonsense. We get that, but we're still delineating. We're still gatekeeping and we're still boycotting. Thank you for your support and understanding. All right. So, let's continue on. Um, I talked about how cosplay and FBAs promote disturbing things online about foundational Black Americans trying to, instigate we into violence and stuff like that. Ooh, child, I don't know what we're gonna do about that, but it's gonna fall off. They're gonna fall off, especially when we hit the streets and start organizing with our grassroots movements. Hmm. Okay. All right. So I don't know if y'all seen this, but I seen this. I've seen some videos, y'all, out there of Caribbeans. And somebody told me that Haitians they are a part of the Caribbean group, um, the Caribbean, which I didn't know, but I said okay. But so I'm just when I say Caribbean, I'm talking about Haitians too. I've seen some Caribbeans making videos, y'all, on social media declaring that they are not Africans. Okay, listen, Haitians and people from, all of them Caribbean, but Haitians and other people from like Jamaica and somewhere else, they were declaring that they're not African. Mm, mm. See, we haven't heard from them. A lot of them. We haven't heard from them. They're declaring they're not African. I wonder if they're gonna tell us that they're the original people of the land and stuff like that. I would like to hear more. Why you say you're not African when Africans say you are African? I would like to hear more from the Caribbeans on that. What makes you not African? They say we African. We say no, we're not African. What makes you not African? Tell. Share with us why you're not African. And nobody wants to be African. Not even Africans. That's why they're running around the world stealing people's national identities. But listen, again, I want to speak on that term, the diaspora. The diaspora term is when African, okay, they had a diaspora Jew, when Jews speak, they also have a diaspora, they use diaspora Jews, okay? And it refers to um, people that's born outside the country, and it refers to Jews that's on the continent, on Israel, whatever, and the ones that left and living outside the country. So Africa they also use diaspora for African talk as well. They say the diaspora, right? When they're talking among each other, and they're not talking about descendants of slaves around the world. They're talking about Africans that left the continent, migrated elsewhere, and have families and develop and establish themselves elsewhere. When they talk about the diaspora, that's who they're talking about. I think it was Pan Africans that made the diaspora. They included the DOS communities or tribes in that term of diaspora, because the DOS tribes are descendants of slaves. That's what DOS stands for. Descendants of slaves around the world. There's many groups of DOS people. I call them tribes because they develop to big, not nations, but tribes of people, and they're all around the world. They have slave descendants of Afro Ecuadorians, Afro Hondurans, Afro Mexicans. They have them all around the world. These are DOS descendants, descendants of slaves. And no, they would not appreciate being called African because they are a newfound people. They have been removed from Africa for hundreds of years. They're newfounded people, genetically as well as culturally. They would not appreciate being called Africans. Yes, you can breed out your bloodline. Everybody should know that. They got white people in America. If they lineage trace back to like when slavery was taking place here, believe me, they got black in their bloodline. Believe it. Let me explain something to you. A lot of black people here can trace their bloodline to whites. We don't discuss that though, because we're not trying to be white people. We don't want to be them. And we don't want to be Africans. We just want to be who we are today. Whether we call ourselves black or whatever, we are who we are. And we acknowledge that we are a mixture of people. So, as I was saying, there's white people who have black in their bloodline in this country. If they've been here, their people been here since slavery days. They know this. Thank you, Bantu. Welcome to Chantell Talk. I'll be live streaming from my computer maybe tomorrow, but I don't know how to I'm on my phone right now, so I don't know how to open up for discussion. When I finish my commentary, I'll try though. But welcome to the channel. But when they do family trees, a lot of them do bump into a black relative. We've seen a video of Oprah interviewing a white guy who was like, he was a KKK or whatever, and he found out that his great great granny or somebody was a black woman. Of course, duh. Okay, everybody was humping on everybody. Okay, indigenous, like I don't mean to say it like that, but the indigenous people here was with the white people too. They enslaved them first, and whitewashed a lot of their lineage. Don't be denying that they ain't half white either. They they got white lineage too. Just like when they brought the Africans here, a lot of those women were producing the white man's children. Okay. Wasn't no African man trying to make a family in an atmosphere of slavery. No, he was not. It doesn't make any sense. So when they do a family lineage, them three groups, the indigenous Americans, Africans, and whites, they all got each other in there. It is what it is. I have myself Cherokee. My great great grandmother is full blood Cherokee Native. On my dad's side is Creole lineage. I'm from New Orleans originally. Okay, so um trying to see where I'm trying to gain my thought where I had left off at. Um I was talking about the diaspora and DOS communities. That I was saying that the DOS community is not, when the Africans are talking among each other about the diaspora, they're not talking about the DOS community, descendants of slaves communities all around the world. They're talking about Africans born on a continent and that migrated elsewhere, raising children and having children elsewhere. They're wanting the diaspora to come home. They do. I didn't think that at first. I thought they wanted Black Americans to come. They do promote us. Pan Africans promote us going there to build up African country for whatever reason. Um, but the Africans promote the diaspora, their own people going back home and building, trying to find a way to build. Okay. Pan Africans were promoting that we Black Americans go there and build, because they were in cahoots with the Africans. Oh yeah, we're gonna come and we're gonna get them out of America. We're gonna bring all the money to African countries and become one big black great nation of power over in Africa. They were on some stuff like that. So Pan Africans were the ones out here promoting that Black Americans identify as African and just ditch our unique culture, okay, and ditch our identity and call ourselves, identify as Africans. The Africans were on board with it. So I'm like, yeah, that's right. You at first they were like, you're not an African if you can't trace yourself back to a tribe. But then all of a sudden, we're African. And that's because they came up with a plan, of course. A plan to get the $1 trillion black spending power to Africa. Ooh, I gotta talk about that one. Mm, I'm gonna get into that, but hold on. Let me go down the list because I wrote some things down. Usually I don't be organized, so I wrote it down. But let me see where I'm at. Concerning delineation, the FBA delineation time, which is right now. Concerning that, we have been seeing major corporations, entertainment industries, music industries. I don't know about the sports industries, but we have been seeing a lot of them pull back and say, hold on, we gonna come back later. We gotta rebrand because we didn't heard some stuff that's happening with the foundational with Black Americans who are now identifying as foundational Black Americans and ADOS. Big ups to ADOS too, because I first was an ADOS person. And then I started saying foundational Black American because it's still all the same people. They both are still about delineating. Now, if you want to know the history about how they, all went down, you can go do your own research. I ain't talking about them. But major corporations of entertainment, a lot of these people are non-Black people, by the way, that make money off of foundational Black American culture. Lots of them are non-Black. Many of them are even foreigners, whites and foreigners. They make money off of foundational Black Americans. That's another reason we need to organize and get together and stuff. Unity equals power. When we get unified, we can bring that, we can have more control over what goes on. Okay. But major corporations is pulling out TV entertainment, as in music, Entertainment, BET, television, run by white people now. Who else? Soul Train, um, music. I think, oh, I said there's been some. They were saying that they wasn't gonna give support if that immigrant lady, Cynthia, I don't mean to say immigrant lady, but Cynthia, I don't know her name. She's a black immigrant from somewhere. I think she's from the UK. I'm not sure, African or something. They say if you give her our sister's role, take it away from a black American woman, foundational black American woman that can play the part to the core T because she is her, then we will not be supported. Foundational black Americans will not show up and show out to support your stuff, your movie. And then all of a sudden they came back and say, oh, no, she's not playing a role, you guys. No, we was just considering it. She's not playing the role. Like, people is pulling back and rebranding. Because let me explain something to you. It is not Jamaicans or Nigerians or Haitians as a group that these people are making money from. These people are making money from foundational black Americans culture, not Nigerian, Haitian, or Trinidadian culture. It is the foundational black American culture they're making money off of. They have inserted their own peoples, especially Pan Africans now is one of the major purchasers of black American culture. The guy named Richie Lou Dennis, he's a Liberian. He's come up as a billionaire. I think he's a multi-billionaire or a billionaire, and he is dabbling heavily into purchasing, making money off of the foundational black American culture. He's a Pan-African. And he's a part of the African Union that tried to hijack reparations from black Americans. Now, at one point, all you heard was Pan-Africans, including Umar Johnson, going around talking about how black Americans don't deserve reparations. They were all just talking about, we shouldn't get reparations. Foundational black Americans shouldn't get reparations. Now, I don't know why you would sit and be against foundational black American people getting reparations in this country. Our people was free labor, built up this country. I mean, just, it's terrible for them to say. But they were all in support of black Americans, aka foundational black Americans, ADOS people, not getting reparations. This is what Pan-Africans promoted. No, if it ain't for all, then we shouldn't get it. What? That's not Pan-African, is it? That's some haterism stuff. But all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the African Union includes us into their, we're going to get reparations from, I guess, from Europeans. I guess the Africans want reparations for being colonized, something that they welcome into Africa. I guess Africans want reparations because they sold their people to Europeans, talking about they were deceived and tricked. Oh my goodness. Oh, child, let me take a sip of this tea. I have heard some excuses when they didn't know what was happening. Girl, shut up. For hundreds of years, centuries, they sold people. What are you talking about? They didn't know. They didn't give a god dang what was going on with those people. What are you talking about? They slaughtered each other to sell each other. So what do Africans, what reparations you want? You sold your people. And then because you ruined yourselves, you welcome colonization you freely welcomed it into your country, your communities, because there wasn't no countries at the time when a white man arrived. There was no countries. It was tribal territory, and the white man is the ones that drew the maps of Africa, mapped it out into countries. And that's how you have a lot of fighting that took place, because when they mapped out the country, they were mapping in enemy tribes in one country. That's how a lot of fighting continued. So I'm like, why would you want reparations for? Oh my gosh. Okay, so anyways, he's a part of that group, that the African Union, that tried to hijack reparations for foundational Black American ADOS people in America. Now that's truly disrespectful. You just can't get no more disrespectful than that right there. You cannot tell us that you don't have any respect for us on that when you make a move like that. That is a low blow right there. But we get to see who they truly are. And Africans do not have our best interests, nor do any African countries. Why they sitting up there handing out passports now to Black celebrities that they are actually paying to be the face to get other foundational Black Americans, ADOS people, to move to the country or support, go visit the. I don't know what they expect. I know they don't expect us to move there. Are you crazy? So they have paid Queen Latifah 20. Okay, this how it went down. Since I'm on the topic, all right, let's break it down, because I really wasn't talking about that just yet. Let me see something. I talked about how major corporations is rebranding now, because I'm gonna talk about the Pan African pyramid that's trying to hijack the $1 trillion spending power in Black America in a minute. Let me say this right quick. I told you about the major corporations and stuff like that that make millions and billions of dollars off the foundation of Black American culture. They are pulling out from the TV entertainment, music entertainment, um, not hiring certain Black immigrant actors and actresses anymore, because foundational Black Americans have had enough. They say we delineate and we gatekeep it, and we're not going to support any more of your foolery and disrespect. You disrespect us, we boycott you. And when unity takes step, when we get into our unity, it won't only affect Africans. Don't worry, honey. It won't only affect Africans. Mm-mm. So I talked about those things, and they're rebranding and pulling out and rebranding because our voices are well heard, even online. I told you a lot of stuff start, a lot of stuff start, man, that's loud. A lot of stuff start online. But we're about to hit these streets with our grassroots movements. Black people, it's time, foundational Black Americans. Hit the street, baby, and organize your, come up with your grassroots movements and organize for strictly for foundational Black Americans, period. Our voices are well being heard very loud and clear online. People are responding to online chatter. Major corporations are responding to our chatting online, our demands of, when you don't respect us, this is what we're going to do. They're listening and responding. And that's why you see people pulling out, rebranding. Okay. We have stumped Online, we have stumped out Pan-Africanism. Woo! Because they didn't mean us any good. Foundational Black Americans, ADOS family, they did not mean us any good. We have called them out and stumped them down beneath the dirt. So anybody coming to us, push it. As soon as they say Pan-African, pan what? Pan what? Oh, we know not to entertain you. So see, even Pan-Africans running, scrambling, and they're disguising themselves too. They're rebranding now too. A lot of them will tell you, oh, I'm not Pan-African, but just listen to their talk. It's going to come out. They are. They're scrambling to rebrand themselves as well, especially the big time representative of the Pan-African community. When he lost it, oh my gosh, I'm talking about Umar. When Umar was crushed, oh my gosh, that was it. All that Pan African stuff, like Cat Williams say, everybody is being exposed 2025. Okay, no more Pan African talk, no more talk. Like Willie D said, no more talk to the Pan Africans, no more talk. We don't need to talk about you no more. We know just what you was about. You didn't try to hijack. You didn't in cahoots with the Africans and try to hijack foundational Black American ADOS reparations. How dare you? We know what the Africans are about. We know what the Caribbeans are about. Man. So now we respond with delineation. Hooray. Hooray. Let's make it happen on the streets, Black Americans, because we are the Black Americans. Okay, so I want to talk about this Pan-African pyramid. Ooh, child. Let me get to that. And I will also talk about what Trump is doing with the atmosphere right now in America. Ooh, child. Ooh, we got to talk about that one. Um, okay, let's see. All right, so there's a event coming up. I don't know if it's a foundational Black American type of event where they're going to be talking about women's hair care. I don't know if that event is set up by foundational Black Americans. Um, I think it is because I think I heard some people saying that they were going to support it. You know, I heard foundational Black Americans saying that they were going to support the event. So it must be established, you know, not established, but set up by foundational Black American people. And so, with that being said, I want to share some information. When it comes to supporting, getting together and supporting Black women hair care companies, and they have a lot of them popping up, many, many of them. Some of these women are making their own hair. Like when I say making their own hair, like one lady, she's a Black American, I mean, foundational Black American, and she, matter of fact, she don't identify as foundational Black American. She did say she's a Black American. So this is what I'm saying. There's a lot of these companies popping up of Black women making these hair care products. They even got different type of braiding hair that they making and branding. And so this particular woman who I saw advertising, she made a braiding hair for protective hairstyles. She made a braiding hair with no chemicals and stuff like that, right? And she said she was a Black American woman. And I say that because we don't know if she's a first or second generation immigrant here in America that identify as Black American, because that's what they've always identified as, a Black American. If you're a first or second generation person here in America, born in America, you identify. They don't usually identify by their ethnic origins, because I explained to y'all that they usually rejected by their ethnic origin because they're born and raised in America. So they identify with Black Americans and they call themselves Black Americans. So she identified as a Black American. I don't know her origin, her ethnic origin. That would be for foundational Black Americans to find out before we support. Again, there's a lot of people making FBA garb and ADOS garb. I'm talking about t-shirts and hats and stuff like that. Listen, Asians stay exploiting our culture as well as whites. And so they have a lot of, like, one time I was buying this beautiful blouse and purse that match, and it was with an African woman, not an African woman, but a Black woman. You know them shirts and stuff with Black women on them, and the purse is so cute and beautiful. Ooh, it's so cute. I went to purchase it and I looked up the owner because I didn't look up the owner. I looked up the store, which led me into the owner or whatever, to see what other things that the person was selling. And come to find out, it was an Asian person that owned it. I was like, what the hell? Why would you make shirts and purses with our face on it and sell it to us? Because they exploit us like that, our culture. But when we get unified, we can take control over that. But listen, for now, we have to be careful if we're gonna if if we're gonna delineate, we if we're gonna delineate, we gotta be careful and tread very carefully these days because um we have a lot of people that's making stuff for us, but it's not made by us. Okay. Like I heard somebody talking, they were saying the channel of Jubilee was not owned by a Black person, even though that person hosts shows with Black people and Black Americans and Black people and all that come and debate. It's owned by an Asian. I'm like, oh my gosh, no, we can't be supporting stuff like that. We just can't do that. It's delineation time. But anyway, I want you guys to remember to go a little deeper, look into who made these FBA shirts before you purchase them. Before you purchase them. Who's the owner, the maker of these things that say FBA before you purchase, okay? Also, back to the topic of me talking about the lady who identified as, and even though they may identify as a Black American, here's where it get a little tricky. You might want to look into, if you heavily only want to support foundational Black American ADOS, or you might be fine with supporting a Black immigrant. You might not have no problem with that. That's up to you. But if you strictly want to support foundational Black American business or American descendants of slave ADOS business person, then you have to look further into it before you make a purchase and find out if this person is of the lineage before you purchase. You see what I'm saying? That's where it gets tricky. FBAs, ADOS. It gets tricky because they have people that identify as us by calling themselves Black American, which they are not. And then they also have people that, oh, once you get a name, you can do more research. Okay. And then you also have people that that's not us, that's making stuff for us. And you have to look deeper if you want to strictly support foundational Black American ADOS people businesses. Okay. And we should be on that because they don't support our stuff. We ain't gonna find no Asians that support us. What are you talking about? No, you won't. You ain't gonna find no Jamaicans and stuff that come and support us like that. They support, every group support their own. Okay. Okay. So with this hair care event that's coming up for Black women, I think it was established, it was not established, but put together, set up by a foundational Black American. And we have to make sure that these women that's going to be there selling their products in their hair, because you know they're doing all kind of stuff. They're making, like I say, this one lady, she made a synthetic hair for protective hair braiding and stuff like that, that doesn't have any chemicals. Again, she identified as a Black American, but we don't know if she's really Black American, foundational Black American, or ADOS. We have to look deeper into that. If you don't care, that's fine. You just support her as a Black woman in general, that's fine. But if you want to, again, be particular and support foundational Black American ADOS women, then you would have to do a little more research to find out if that's really one of your people. Okay. So these women that's going to be at this event, they're going to have all, this about to get interesting now, because I'm about to talk about the pyramid, the Pan-African pyramid. These women that's going to be at the event, a lot of them, and this ties into the Pan-African pyramid, a lot of these women are heavily funded by Pan-African. I know you ain't know, but I'm about to tell you about it. The Pan-African pyramid. I'm about to tell you about it. So these women, they have a lot of companies that's popping up of Black women that sell beauty and hair products. Many, many, many of them, not just foundational Black American women, all types of Black women. When I say Black women, I'm talking about skin complexion, all types of Black women. Here's why you see all of these Black women businesses popping up and springing up all over the place. And you're like, what's going on? We got a lot of business owners today, Black women business owners. Nadine Shop. Y'all seen her 24 hour, 24/7, 24/7, 7 days a week braiding shop? Now, honey, that was a funny story right there, because I saw her stuff being advertised, and I stopped going to African. I went to an African hair braiding shop about 3 times in my life, and when I realized that those women were talking about me like a dog while they was braiding my hair, I never returned there again. She gonna send me a little thing talking about, when you want, girl, I ripped that up. I was like, you'll never touch this head again. So anyway, anyways. Other women had the experience of that too, that nasty, nasty, nasty behavior. Ooh, Lord have mercy. Listen, they be up in there kicking each other asses, okay? It ain't just them kicking the customer asses. They kick each other asses in there. Okay? Don't nobody want to deal with that. So anyway, moving along. She had opened up a 24-hour hair braiding shop, and honey, right in the nick of her opening it up, that's when the delineation kicked off. And that's when a boycott kicked off. It was like, it's boycott time. You want to be disrespectful? It's boycott time. And I'm like, wait a minute, I just saw that Nadine lady just open her 24 hours, 7 days a week. She came on crying. I said, ooh, girl, listen, your people do not care about each other, because if they cared anything about you, they wouldn't have done that. They wouldn't have got on. Listen, she came on crying and talking about, child, listen. Let me say this right here. Again, there's a lot of Black women businesses springing up. Let's get into why this is happening. Let's talk about the Pan-African pyramid. Then we're going to talk about the American atmosphere right now, the Trump politics and what's going on with this National Guards and stuff like that. I got something to say about this. I'm going to hip y'all to what's going on in the atmosphere of America with the Trump administration right now. But first, we're going to talk about the Pan-African pyramid. And here we go. With the Pan-African pyramid, this is how it goes. There's a guy by the name of Richie Lou Dennis, right? Richie Lou Dennis is the new owner of Essence. He purchased Essence. Now, Richie Lou Dennis started off with the shea butter. Him and his family started the shea butter stuff, Shea Moisture, right? And then he started a Shea Moisture and another company, and then he began to buy other companies that was owned by foundational Black Americans, like Madam C.J. Walker products, and I think it was called, another brand was Funky Deneva, Funky something. These are foundational Black American businesses that promoted Black beauty and hair care products. Okay. That was famously known to be products that cater to foundational Black Americans. Okay. Richie Lou Dennis, he's a Liberian African. His Shea Moisture catered to Black women in general as well, right? It did very well. He promoted it very well because everything at one point, some years ago, maybe over a little bit over a decade, everything was shea butter, shea butter, shea butter. Get the pure shea butter, which I never was a fan of. I used it one time and I was like, look, this stuff is too heavy and greasy. I just can't deal with it's too much. But it was a success, right? And so he ended up selling his companies of beauty that he had purchased, his Black American foundational, his company and the foundational Black American companies, beauty companies and hair care companies he purchased, right? Because they even have some women that had created like beauty lines, makeup and stuff that he purchased from foundational Black American women. All right. The business was doing good, but it wasn't booming. He still purchased it because it was a well known thing and it catered to foundational Black Americans. Okay. So, one second. I seen a comment pop up from Pambo Kelly. So, it is okay for a Black American to sell others' product, or would it have to be Black? I can't see the word Black made products. Um, so it is okay for Black Americans to sell other products. Or would it have when it comes to business, business is business. Um, so what you're saying is if a Black American, foundational Black American owned the company, is it okay for them to sell a different ethnic group or race of people products? I think that's what you're saying, right? So business is business. To me, it depends on the individual, but um, it depends on the individual to me. But for as us delineating, it means that we're only supporting products made by foundational Black Americans and for foundational Black Americans. Understand this right here. Sometimes you're gonna purchase a product that's not of your people, of course, right? When it comes to beauty, we're talking about beauty and hair care. So there's some things that we may like that's not from foundational Black Americans. Eventually, everything that's made can be made by the next person, which means a foundational Black American can make a version of that same product that we want. You see what I'm saying? For now, we can purchase from that particular person, but eventually we have to make products. It's like what the Asians do. They copy everything. They will listen. If you selling something they want, they're gonna go make it themselves. Listen, on YouTube, for instance, there's there was an Asian lady, a young Asian lady who had a makeup channel, and her channel grew to millions. She was a very good artist at showing people how to contour their face and how to do all this makeup stuff because she had a knack for that makeup stuff. And a lot of people watched her, different races of women. And what happened was that by nature, this is how people behave. there was a white woman popped up and started a makeup channel, which she learned from that Asian woman. And then there was a black woman started a makeup channel, which she learned from watching the Asian woman as well. So the following of black women who do makeup, it went into the black woman who made her makeup channel. The white women began to follow the white woman who made her makeup channel. That's how it go. People, I wouldn't, if I want to learn how to do my eyebrows as a black woman, I'm not going to watch an Asian woman or a white woman. I want to see a black woman. If I want to learn how to do my hair a certain way, I'm not going to watch an Asian woman, right? We don't even have the same hair texture. I'm not going to watch an Asian woman or a white woman. If I want to learn how to make some particular outfit, a skirt for a black woman, I'm not going to watch an Asian, or I may watch an Asian video, but I'm gonna understand that my butt is a little bit more rounder. So I'm gonna need a little bit more material. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to manipulate this material to fit a certain kind of way because we're different. You see what I'm saying? We can learn from each other, but also we're different. And people naturally like when we watch travel channels, we watch a white woman go travel to Hawaii. We don't have her experiences in life. We're not treated like they are. So we want to see a black woman go take that same trip, and we want to see how she's treated and what goes on. Asian women don't watch white women when they want to travel. They watch other Asians to see how they're treated and what's going to happen. You see what I'm saying? So by nature, every race group and every ethnic group, they kind of tend to support their own by nature. Okay. Now, if they're not supporting their own by nature, something wrong with the pictures, something going on. And I know foundational Black Americans have had an issue for a minute, but again, my people is special. We were infiltrated, and all kind of things have taken place in our community that once we start unifying again, we can clean that type of trash up from our community. But back to what I was saying about the Richie Lou Dennis Essence, the new Essence owner, he has a company that I was saying that he took his company, that the whole name of his company, he had like 3 or 4 companies that he purchased. His Shea Butter company was his, and then he had Madam CJ Walker, Funky Deneva, somebody, and somebody else, another company he purchased from Foundational Black Americans, right? All Black companies that cater to hair care and beauty. So what he did was he took and sold. His whole company was listed under, all his companies were listed under Sundial. He took Sundial and sold it to, I think it was called Lever Company. Lever. Lever is a white company. He sold his stuff to them for not for 6 billion, but for 1 billion or a little bit over $1 billion. He sold it to them. Lever. The company was called Lever. It's a white company. Okay. That was a success. He's a billionaire now. Dennis Lee Ritchie, the Liberian guy, he's a billionaire. Okay. So you might ask, well, why are these people buying Black companies, whatever? Because people make money off of foundational Black American culture. That's why. Okay. And when we get unified, we can get into that. We can get control of that. And we support each other, we can get control of that. Okay. So back to what I was saying though. So they bought Lever bought Dennis Ritchie Lou, the Essence owner. He's a Pan-African. They bought his Sundial brand, which was 4 different companies that cater to Black hair care and Black beauty. They bought it for $1 billion or a little bit over $1 billion. Now he's a billionaire. We did not know Richie Lou Dennis, the Pan-African Liberian African, was from was a part of the African Union that tried to hijack reparations from foundational Black Americans, aka ADOS. We did not know he was a part of that, but we did find out. So back to back to Richie Lou Dennis, the Pan African, the new owner of Essence. He went on with his billion plus and purchased Essence, and he purchased some other foundational Black companies as well. Essence was one of them. Okay. And so when he purchased Essence, he began to incorporate, slowly incorporate his lineage into foundational Black American cultural um, business or companies, or you want to call it. He began, or that one was the event. He began to incorporate his Africanism into Essence. And this is what he planned on doing with all of foundational Black American culture. He planned to purchase those cultural companies that's dear to us, like Essence and other companies, so that he can incorporate Africanism into it. Pan Africans believe in us becoming one and just identifying as African. So he purchased all that so he can incorporate his Africanism into our culture, infuse it is what I'm talking about. Don't act like y'all don't know what I'm talking about, because South Africa over there have infused our culture heavily into their culture. They infused, it's just Black American culture there. And when you say Western culture, you're talking about Black American culture. Certainly you're not talking about white culture, because ain't none of y'all infuse white culture in your cultures. South Africans, they rap over there. They sing gospel. They sing all the music genres from Black America. They got what's that shoe? Our people here got the sneakerhead companies and stuff like that. They love doing sneakerheads. They got that over there in South Africa. Jazz. They infuse all of our culture into their culture. And that is what Richie Lou Dennis, the Pan African from Liberia, that is his reason for purchasing all of foundational Black American businesses and events and festivals, so that he can Africanize them, so that he can incorporate Africanism into them, infuse African into foundational Black American culture. And he tried it with the Essence, right? With the Essence event, he tried it, but it flunked. First of all, Africans are tribal. We're not. We regional. We got different little things we do. We're regional. We might do this up north. Foundational Black Americans might do this type of stuff up north. In the South, we might do it this way. On the West Coast, we do it that way. In the Northwest, we might do it that way. But we still one. We can still go to I can leave and go to Northwest, Northeast, South, West Coast, and still be loved by my people, foundational Black Americans, be embraced by them. And they won't be like, who are you? Who are you? Where you come from? What tribe are you from? We're not tribal. You can say we're regional. We do things different in different parts of this country, but we're not tribal. But Africans are tribal by blood. They've always been tribal. And this is what happened. Dennis Lee Ritchie, I keep saying his last name first. Richie Lou Dennis, the Pan African, the owner of Essence, he is an African. He's tribal. What he did was they went in and began to hold things like at the festival, jambalaya versus Jola. That's tribal stuff. Why would you do that? Now they online talking about who braid hair better. Everything is who does it better between the foundational blacks, and that's insulting and disrespectful. Where are you coming from with this? Why would you show up at our events and festivals and all of that and bring that kind of crap? Why not just start one of your own African, Pan African festivals and make it a thing? You got that much money, you could start your own Pan African events and festivals, and you don't have to challenge other. You can challenge each other because if it's a Pan African, that means you guys are unified Africans, right? Which Pan Africanism doesn't exist. Pan African doesn't exist in Africa at all. They're tribal. They want us to be Pan African. We're no longer Pan African. Yes, FBA, combo, you're right. We're no longer Pan Africans. We ain't trying to be paying nothing with y'all. We did try for a very long time. Even I was basically a Pan African at one point and didn't even know it. I used to rock my red, black, and green proudly, baby, boo boo, especially when I had locks. I loved being a natural looking black woman. Still do today, but I'm not Pan African. Just like me, a lot of my people have awakened to the truth about that Pan African stuff. It doesn't exist in Africa. We were the only Pan Africans right here because we had some crazy people coming up to us and lying about us about this foolery about Pan African crap, being in cahoots with the Africans and stuff, trying to get us over there and all that. And of course, they got white groups that's in cahoots with them too because they want us the hell up out of this country. Oh yeah, back in the days, they wanted us up out of here. We ain't serving no purpose then. So we're no longer Pan African, but Dennis, Richie Lou Dennis, he is a Pan African. And let me tell you something. His business is special. I always say I like how he did it because I think that's the way to go. When he started his Pan African pyramid, I'm about to tell you about his business. So I told y'all okay. So I told y'all he purchased he sold his company, which was 4 companies under one name brand called Sundial. It was, his company, the Shea Butter. He purchased some other foundational Black American companies, Madam C.J. Walker, Funky Geneva, something and something else. And so he sold his company, which was under Sundial brand. He sold it to Lever, a white company, for $1 billion or a little bit over $1 billion. He's a billionaire now. Okay, we got that much. And then, um, in turn, he began to purchase a bunch of foundational Black American companies that's linked to our culture that we hold dear to our hearts, like Essence and stuff like that. Okay. He did that, as I told you guys. 1 second. He did that because, hold on. Yeah, he did that because he began to purchase all these foundational Black American ADOS companies, businesses, so that and events so that he can infuse Africanism into foundational Black American culture, like they did in South Africa. As I said, they took our culture and infused it totally into their culture in South Africa. They even got second lines in South Africa, which I come from New Orleans, right? They even got second lines out there and stuff. I'm like, what the they copy us heavily. When people say Western culture, sweetheart, you talking about foundational Black American, aka ADOS culture, because you're not talking about white people culture. We're talking later about what their culture stands for and what their culture is. You're not talking about white people. We didn't the music, everything we running, everything. What are you talking about? And it's a shame that we don't have control over it. But when we unify, we're gonna get control over it. We have to work on unifying. And I don't know how we're going to unify when we got some of the FBAs out here talking about we need people. We need the very people to support us who we're delineating from. Oh my goodness. We'll talk about that another time too. Let me finish up with this Denny Lou This Richie Lou Dennis, Liberian African, who's a Pan African, a part of the Pan African Union, a part of the African Union, which is Pan Africans that tried to hijack reparations from foundational Black Americans, aka ADOS. All right. Y'all need to remember who he is. Let me tell you what he's doing. Again, he took and purchased, he purchases all of foundational Black American, aka ADOS cultural businesses that's linked to us that we hold dear to our hearts like essence, our heart like essence. And he's doing this to infuse Africanism into foundational Black American culture. Let me go deeper. His company, let's look at it like a pyramid. He's at the top of the pyramid. And y'all know the shape of a pyramid, the triangle. He's at the top. He's a Pan-African. His whole pyramid, his whole business company is run by Black women. He wants to build a powerhouse of Black women of all different ethnic groups. Now that's some good shit right there. Now I gotta say, now hold on a minute. Now that's I admire women. I think women is the bomb. I actually think that it's time for us Black women here in America, foundational Black American women, to step up and take control of our communities and what's going on. It's up to you, sisters, me and you. And it's about to come your way. I hope you join in. We need you because this is for you and your lineage, your family, your children, your descendants. It's coming, and I hope you join in. Unity is coming, baby. Now, back to what I was saying. I think that's that's a good idea right there. A whole powerhouse of women running this man company. What? Women is smart, honey. What are you talking? And plus, that's where all the money at right there. When it comes to women, they're gonna do whatever it takes to look beautiful. Plus, they're gonna do what they gotta do to keep their children looking. You know, when it comes to foundational Black Americans, they're gonna always dress their children very well. I'm from New Orleans, and it's rare to see a family that don't dress their children up well to look like they're well taken care of. When you step out, your children got to be stepping out too. Hair comb, decent, all of that. I've seen this all around America. I've lived all around my own people, all around America. And this is something that I've noticed. Black women will tend, you might have some cases not, but majority of us, we tend to our children. Hair comb, looking cute, all of that. So not only are we going to be purchasing heavily, be the purchasers of beauty products and hair care products and children clothing and products and stuff. Not only that, a lot of us have a thing to dress our men up as well. If that man is a part of our household, he is not about to be stepping out looking janky, okay? All raggedy. That ain't happening. I could still hear my mama telling my brother, boy, you been not gonna following me like looking like that. Go back. She gonna pick out a whole outfit for him. Same thing with me and my son. I tell him the same thing. I know you ain't about to walk down the street with me looking like that. Okay. And I know I ain't by myself. A whole bunch of other foundational Black American women is on that. We ain't about to have our man misrepresenting us and our children. Okay. So this is where the money is at in the women. So this man, he starts a business. And once again, it's a pyramid, right? Where he's at the top. He's a Pan-African. His whole company is run strictly by Black women of all different ethnicities. So In order for he's going after the $1 trillion spending in America, the black $1 trillion spending in America. They call it the Black Power $1 trillion spending in America. That is what he's aiming for, right? Miss Chantell did I did the research. Listen, so here's what he's doing. He's going around funding businesses of black women, entrepreneurs, of course, any type of business that a black woman owns. She can be of any ethnicity. He's funding the businesses, backing the businesses up. But in the process, her business is linked to his, and he can eventually buy her out, her brand. Once her brand is sold into the community and it become a name, a thing, because he's going to use his money, his funding to make it a name, a thing, to make it popular. Then he buys her out. He's already linked to it, but then he buys her out fully. He did this to one of them already. And the business becomes his. So, for example, there was a woman, a foundational Black American woman. She created some type of makeup business. I forgot the name of it. You guys can look it up. And he funded her makeup business. She used to work for a makeup company and she did her own makeup, and he funded it heavily. He promoted it in the community heavily. It's a popular brand, not super popular, but it's popular. It's on the market and it caters to Black women. He backed her brand, popularized it, all that, and then he bought her out. So while you thinking this brand is owned by a foundational Black American woman, oh no, sweetheart, you're highly mistaken. It's owned by Richie Lou Dennis, the Pan-Africanist who took part in trying to hijack foundational Black American reparations. I'm sorry I got a little loud on that. I don't like it. I don't like the game. So let's go deeper. Child, listen. He doing it, girl. Listen. He is going around funding all of these. He's going around, he's not only funding foundational Black American businesses, he's funding, like I say, different ethnicities of Black women businesses heavily. Nadine's 24-hour hair braiding, boo boo. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, honey, yes. All them hair braiding shops, luxury hair braiding shops, and all that popping up, that's him. Yeah, baby. Now listen, they got Black American women he's funding as well. This is where it ties into this hair care beauty event that's coming up that was put together by foundational Black American women. Now, somebody then put together a hair care, hair beauty meetup or something, some type of event. And while you over there looking at the stuff and you thinking that this foundational Black American sister, we supporting her, you actually supporting Richie Lou Dennis business, because her business is backed by his company, which means he's going to promote, popularize her brand with her face, selling it to Foundation of Black America, ADOS. You're going to support her because, you want to support foundational, we boycotting, right? We supporting strictly foundational Black. This is the slickness of it. We're supporting strictly foundational Black American ADOS people. Women and men businesses, right? So this sister is selling her product, but her product is backed and linked to a Pan-African who tried to hijack our reparations, by the way. Her product is linked to him, her business. And once he promoted, he paid for it to be promoted heavily, and it become a thing that is popularized in our community among us. He's going to buy her out. Even if not, he's still linked to the business. He still has dealings in her business, because when somebody invests in you and fund your business, your startup, you think they don't have any parts in it? Oh, baby, they do. So whether he buys her out, and he will buy her out, because the last lady he did it to, he bought her out for millions, boo boo. Her brand wasn't at the million point, but he bought her out for millions because it was already popularized among us, and it was something that we were purchasing. I think it's an EBIN, the EBIN company, EBIN, and he bought her out for millions. So if that lady hair braiding, I mean, if her hair braiding brand of hair, once he promoted and popularized it with her foundational Black American face on it, and we supporting a sister like, oh, we support our sisters, we so happy for you, and we don't know who she's being backed by, her, who her investors are. But we find out later on that she done sold the company that we so dear love and support, that was created for us, by us, but we didn't know that the investors in her company was Pan-African slash Africans slash AU Pan-Africans that try to hijack reparations from foundational Black Americans. Do you see what I'm talking about? He's not only promoting foundational Black American business entrepreneur women, he's promoting other ethnic races as well. But in order for him to gain control over the $1 trillion spending power in America, he's using the women. He's going through our women, as Barack Obama did too, right? When he wanted to garner the Black support for his race, presidential race, he came out of nowhere, right? Like, whoa, Jesse Jackson, who dreamed of becoming the first Black American president, this Barack character, and Jesse Jackson was being promoted by Bob Johnson or whatever, some heavy hitters, some really big heavy hitters in the Black American community. He thought he was going to be the first. That was his dream, to be the first Black American president. But Barack came out of nowhere. He didn't tell nobody he was running or nothing. He wiped he had his whole name. What they call it when you wipe your name clean from the internet? You can do that. You can sweep your name and stuff from the internet. He had that swept very well, sweetheart. They couldn't find nothing about him on the internet. They couldn't even pay his exes to even say anything about him. He has some backings, okay? This man has some connections before he even became president. Let me tell you something. He went in the Black community. He went in the Black community and garnered the Black women's support. He didn't mess with no Black men. He knew they were gonna be, hating on him like, who you is and what, checking him out. He went straight to the women. Come on, I'm here to help you, ladies. Rolling up his sleeves and mess. Child, he done did 2 terms and he ain't never looked back. Do you think he go to that community today? Hell no. You think he care about them? Hell no. No, he don't. Okay. Did you guys know that Hillary had him pat? She just didn't have the proof. Hillary said, you ain't slick with, I know who you really are. Don't even go there. She just couldn't get the proof. She tried to make him say, denounce Farrakhan, and he did. She said, well, you ain't saying it like you denounce him. He's anti whatever and whatever. You ain't denouncing him. Okay, well, I'll denounce him. I don't mess with him. I don't have nothing to do with him. I denounce Reverend Wright too. I denounce them all. Child. Do you know after his last term, it came out, I'm gonna get back on topic real quick. It came out that him and Farrakhan had been friends. He lived around the corner from Farrakhan. He used to go to the man's house for tea and cake and stuff and talk politics. He was friends with them. And they had proof. They had a photographer there taking pictures of him and Farrakhan. He even was paid to keep those pictures a secret. not to let it loose that him and Farrakhan had a friendship. Of course they had a friendship. If he was connected to Reverend Wright was like a cool with Minister Farrakhan, right? Yeah, Hillary knew this. She was like, little boy, go ahead on. Who you think you talking to? But she didn't have any proof. It came out after his last term because that man was paid to keep quiet. The pictures is out there. So see, he's a politician at heart. He know how to play the game. Y'all know when he was a Senate, you know how he got that seat? A black woman who was a Senate, she told him, I want to take a break. And for a couple of years. And when I come back, you're gonna give me my seat back, all right? Shit. She came back. I'm like, okay, I'm ready to come back to work. I want the seat back. Obama said, oh no, baby, I'm still using it. You're gonna have to wait. All right. Anyways, back on track. I was talking about Dennis, the Richie Lou Dennis guy, going through the women. This is what they do. They go through the women. Dennis Lou Richie. If I was a man, that's what I would do. Yeah, that's the best way, and it's the easiest way, and it's the best way. So he's going through the women again, his whole pyramid of company, Pan-African company. He's at the top of the pyramid, and the whole thing is run by Black women of different ethnicities. But in order for him to capture the $1 trillion spending power of foundational Black Americans here in America, he has to, he's backing a lot of foundational Black American women entrepreneurs and stuff like that. I'm gonna tell you something. This about to get good for you content creators. Stay listening. I'm about to go into it. He's backing a lot of their businesses. Once again, investing in them. And when somebody invests in your business, you know they got a hand in your business. If you can't buy them out and stuff like that, they got so much to your company shares and all that kind of stuff. So he backs it up. One lady, he already bought her out after he bumped up her company as a foundational Black American. He's not only buying beauty and hair companies, he's not only promoting beauty and hair, any type of industry. You can have a daycare, you can have anything that caters to Black women and children, especially foundational Black American women, especially them. Because he has to capture that $1 trillion spending power, and it has to reflect foundational Black American women. Because we're not gonna, like the boycott that's going on right now. We're not. Hold up. We're not purchasing from Africans after this, delineation and boycott stuff. Now, I said when I saw that happen, I said, "Ooh, oh my gosh!" I thought about him. I was like, honey, they got a whole boycott going on where the foundational Black American women is not going to be messing with the African women or any other Black ethnicity. That's a situation for a company like that, because he wants to capture that $1 trillion spending power through foundational Black American women mainly. He don't need the other ethnicities, right? Ethnicities. He needs those foundational Black American women. He needs to invest in their companies so that he can capture. It has to come through foundational Black American women. So he's funding and investing in a lot of foundational Black American women entrepreneurs, any type of industry, daycare, laundromat, anything. Even content creators. Yes. If you have channels, he is backing up and funding Black women content creators. Listen, I knew of a girl who was in Africa, in Liberia, because I used to go back and forth on this panel with these people in Liberia or whatever. So I looked up her channel when I was looking up some stuff, and she popped up, and I was like, oh, I started chatting to her, whatever. And come to find out, This girl, I almost sent her like $50 because when she was live streaming, her hair was all over her head and she was in Africa. And I was like, oh no, where's my purse? Lord, I'm about to send her some money. You know, I'm gonna tell her to go ahead and get her hair done, get her hair braided or something. But I didn't do it. And eventually when she came on my popped up on my screen, she had her hair done. And I was like, ooh, I'm glad to know she don't walk around like that all the time. She had her hair done. And then she started taking trips to China. And I'm like, I know she don't got money like that. She not rich. I can clearly see that. I can hear it. And so she started taking trips to China and now she in America. And I'm like, wait a minute, girl, what are you doing? I typed up there, girl, what you doing? How can you afford to take these lavish trips? What's up? Tell me your secret. She's talking about support us. Girl, you got 3 people in the chat all the time. 3 people. For real, y'all. So it clicked on me. I said, wait a minute. Oh, she's being funded. So let me tell you what they help do with her channel. She now has viewers that tune in. She's linked now with different platforms. Like she don't just you know how you link your platforms with Twitter and Facebook and this and that. So when she go live, she have viewers from different platforms. They funding trips for her to travel and share her travel experiences as a Liberian and stuff like that. That's where he from, right? Y'all Liberians better get something started, girl. Put something up there, act like you some type of content creator, business owner, or whatever like that. But listen, we have to know it's not just her. Remember what I'm saying. He's also funding. He mainly has to go through foundational Black American women, ADOS women, to capture the $1 trillion spending power of America. So he has to deal. I'm gonna tell you the famous people he went through so far. He has to come through our women. So see that hair braiding event coming up? I guarantee he's invested in a lot of those women. I guarantee it. I guarantee his hand of investment, startup money is behind those women. And their businesses is gonna belong to Pan African, the pyramid of Pan African, Dennis, Richie Lou Dennis. Even if they don't sell their business out to him, or which they will, because he purchased the last woman business for multi-million-dollars. So that business that you're going to promote, foundational Black Americans, because she's a sister, a fellow sister, is actually funded by a Pan African who's going to buy her out. Do y'all see where I'm going with this? He has, y'all see where I'm going with this? A lot of content, foundational Black American women content creators, you guys just watch. A lot of them is probably going to start popping up doing travelings and all kinds of, their channel is just going to be popping and become something different and new. Keep watching. I guarantee you're going to see a lot of them popping up because he's behind it, especially social media. That's how you get people. That's how you get your word out. One second. That's how you get your word out. Social media is a platform of advertisement. That's how you get your word out. That's how you gain a following that you can advertise to. Remember, he has to go through foundational Black American women, ADOS women, to capture that $1 trillion spending power here in America. And that is how he's doing it. He's going through our women. Funding Black entrepreneur women, especially foundational Black American women. Building a powerhouse of Black women. But he cannot capture the $1 trillion spending power without foundational Black American women. He can't capture that because their we're not supporting their businesses anymore. Remember, we're boycotting them. So he went on the Breakfast Club to give some type of talk, I guess, to see. I never even got to watch it. I don't even need to watch it. I can tell that phony smirk on his face what he's really about. I don't even need to hear him talk. He's a part of the African Union that try to hijack Black American reparations. I don't need to hear nothing after that, baby. Nothing, Denata. Don't say a word. No more talk. No more talk. You said enough with your actions when you tried to hijack you tried to hijack reparations. While y'all was up there promoting as Pan-Africans that foundational Black Americans shouldn't get reparations because you don't qualify for it in America, because he lives in America. They wanted reparations to be for everybody. Forget foundational Black Americans struggle in America and that slavery stuff. Oh, forget y'all with all that this stuff happened back in the 1800s. Ooh, child. Talking about disrespectful. Listen. So that hair care event, that Black hair and beauty event coming up, I guarantee he is invested in majority of those women beauty and hair care products. Black women, foundational Black American women, ADOS women, please spread the word. Please share the video and spread the word that this man is investing heavily into foundational Black American women businesses so that he can capture the $1 trillion spending power of foundational Black Americans here in America. Now, let me tell you who he's using. Ooh, y'all got to hear this one right here, baby. Now he's going through our celebrities. Let me tell you something about celebrities. Celebrities are paid people that would do anything. They are flipped by the dollar. I don't mean like a prostitute or nothing. You know, I ain't gonna say it's that deep, but they are flipped by the dollar. That flip. They flip by the dollar. They'll do it. They'll flip for that dollar. Listen, you see Snoop Dogg and them and all them out there doing crazy stuff for that dollar, making videos and rap songs, just crazy stuff for the dollar. And they expect us to understand. They be like, yeah, y'all know this only about money. Cut all that out. Let us get our $1 million, 3 million, 5 million. You think I ain't gonna do that shit for $6 million? Somebody that's damn near broke, like Juvenile. I'm quite sure they probably offer him to make that jab song he made. Was it about the jab or something? Listen, they probably offered that man a good $4 million, and he don't got 4 million. He probably don't even have $1 million. You know, he was gonna do it. I say they flip by the dollar. They'll flip. Let me tell you something about celebrities. Those people have friends that's very rich. And if they're not getting acting gigs or the music business have dwindled and they don't get any royalties or some type of money, do you know how much it costs to maintain that lifestyle? Honey, that's $1 million lifestyle. They got children too and grandchildren. That's a lot of money. Utilities and water in a mansion? Oh my goodness. Listen, they gonna do what they gotta do to maintain that $1 million lifestyle. You understand what I'm saying? They're gonna do what they gotta do. I don't know why we be disappointed in celebrities that be flipped by the dollar. Because they have a lifestyle to maintain. That's why we should never listen to them. When they come out and be talking all that, boy, bye. Bye. Them people is only concerned with maintaining their lifestyle. Now let's get into this right here. Queen Latifah, she owns a business she established called Flavor Unit. And Flavor Unit, it supports or back it helps to fund movies and films. That's another thing with that Richie the Pan African man. He's supporting every industry of women, like even women that's into film and stuff like that. Like they got that black lesbian chick, gay chick. She's the one who produced Shy Town, Shy Town, the Shy. I think it's called the Shy. A lot of black women coming up making all of these TV shows and films and stuff. They've been backed and invested by him. He's every industry that black women is in. Okay. Queen Latifah, supposedly purchased, he supposedly purchased not purchased. He supposedly invested 20 million. That's change for him. He's a billionaire. He supposedly invested 20 million into her Flavor Unit business that support and fund black filmmakers. Baby, she don't need your 20 million. You gave her 20 million so that she can be the celebrity face of your Pan African company to attract foundational Black American people. Do you understand what I'm saying? So now, not only does this man, not only is he at the top of the pyramid of his company, funding all of these Black women of different ethnicities, but in order for him to capture the $1 trillion spending Black power, he has to go through foundational Black American ADOS women. So he's backing a whole bunch of foundational Black Americans, aka ADOS women businesses of all industries. Okay, all industries, no matter what industry you're in, he's backing and funding because when you promoted foundational Black woman to your community, we're gonna support you and we're gonna love the product and whatever it is. If we come to love it, we're gonna heavily support it because you know how we are, for us, by us. We love stuff like that. It's for us, by us, but we don't know that these people, these women are being funded by the Pan African who tried to hijack reparations from us. She is being funded by him because I want you guys to understand this and remember, she's being funded by him. He has his hand in her company. That brand that you think is for us, by us, we boycotting Africans and all that. No, you're not, because that African man who's a Pan-African, he has his hand in all of your foundational Black American ADOS women businesses that you have supported because unbeknown, you have supported a Pan-African who invested in her company, who was her startup fund sponsor. So what the whole point of it is that if you're going to support the Black American, who we don't really know if she's actually foundational Black American, you got to dig a little deeper into that. Once you find out if they foundational Black American ADOS, then you have to dig into who is funding this woman's business, who invested in her business, who's her startup, her initiative startup sponsors. I guarantee it's going to be the Pan-African Dennis, Richie Lou Dennis. He's a slickster too. When I saw him on The Breakfast Club, I was like, "Ooh, he's shiesty. He's shiesty. He's shiesty. I can tell." He had a smirk and he played dumb. That's what Obama did too. He had a smirk and he played dumb. I tell you, these people be learning from each other. He has purchased. I ain't gonna say he purchased. He didn't purchase. I ain't gonna say he invested because that's what they say. He invested 20 million in Queen Latifah's Flavor Unit film production business to support filmmakers. Why does he need to donate 20 million into her? Queen Latifah is freaking rich, sir. Why do you need to give her 20 million to support? Because you want a business connection, right? Nobody is stupid, sir. Sir, we're not stupid because that's his business partner now. She's the face. She's a woman that is dear to us in our community. We got love for Queen Latifah. Oh yeah, we do. Who don't like Queen Latifah? What foundational Black American woman don't like the Queen Latifah? It's a unity. UNITY. It's a unity. I mean, come on. The woman is beautiful, strong, and she got love for her people. It's clear. She might not be aware of the game. She might not be aware of the game. What he's pulling. She might not understand he's trying to capture the $1 trillion spending power of Black America, a foundation of Black America. She may be aware, she may not be aware. But we know that Queen Latifah don't need his money. She's funky rich. He invested 20 million to her Flavor Unit film company. You don't need your money, boo. You didn't invest nothing. What you did was paid her 20 million to be of the face of your company so that you can garner in. And she probably, to me, I would say she knew what he was doing. So that you sit down and explain to her what you're trying to do, how you're trying to capture this the $1 trillion spending power of Black Americans from whites, as though you're not an enemy. Oh, you want to tell us about white people being our enemy? As though you're not, when you sat up there with the African Union and tried to hijack the reparations from foundational Black Americans? When you Pan-Africans was all over YouTube and all over social media sites saying that you're against reparations for foundational Black Americans? But then you in turn try to hijack the reparations? By including us into something we have no idea what the hell are you talking about. We don't even want to with you. Disrespectful to the fullest. You are just like Caucasians. What are you talking about, sir? You're just like them. You showed your hand as an enemy to you didn't even go to any of our elders of this country. We do have people you can go talk. Even if you was going to go talk to Jesse Jackson, who probably would have been like, I need 50 million, brother. I get what you're saying, brother. Yes, brothers, 100 million, by the way. Let's make it 100. Listen, you know they're going to get that money. I know Farrakhan got money from Obama when he was like, okay, here's the deal. I'm running for president, and this is what we're going to do. We're going to keep this a secret. And, even if I win a second term, we're going to give you so much. Don't think Farrakhan ain't getting something he ain't get anything out of keeping that secret. Are you crazy? He got a lot out of that. Got a whole lot out of that. The people that his ex-girlfriend who didn't want to speak and say anything about their relationship in college or whatever like that, trust me, she got paid. His so-called roommate who was like, we smoked a joint. Baby, you probably did more than that. Oh, trust me, he got paid to keep his mouth shut. Y'all remember that other boy who was getting paid by Jada Pinkett? Jada Pinkett was messing with that little boy. The cute little boy, Austin. And he was like, well, aren't you married? And Jada was like, don't worry about that. Boy, come here. So they all sat at the table, her, Will, and Jada. Him, Will, and Jada. And Will was like, yeah, go ahead, man. It's good. It's cool. We open. Little boy ended up falling for Jada and got hurt. But Jada was taking care of him, promised him a lovely career and all that, support him and stuff. But he got hurt when she tried to dismiss him. And his heart was in it. So he came out and exposed, and everybody like, you a lie. You a lie. Jada wouldn't do that. You lied. You trying to destroy the Black family. I was like, why would he do that? I'm quite sure if he homeless, they're going to help him out because he know him. He don't even got to beg them. They're going to help him out. I think the little boy was telling the truth, and sure enough, he was. Listen, he was getting paid, but his heart got entangled in. You know what I'm saying? If he would have kept quiet, he still would have been getting paid. Shit. Okay. You know them celebrities got people on a payroll that keep quiet. So anyway, back to this man business so I can wrap this up. Um Queen Latifah was paid 20 million to be the face, business partner with him to be the face of his business so that she can garner in foundational Black American women. We can feel like we supporting Queen Latifah. So that's what a lot of us see when we see his business. We see her face. We don't see him. He's slick with it. He hides in the background. He brought in a celebrity to say, "Yeah, I'm in partnership with him, and Richie Lou Dennis is one of us, and we're all one." And I don't care about what you're talking about, lady. This is a man who was part of a team that tried to hijack reparations from foundational Black Americans, greatly disrespected our people. So nobody cares about what she's talking about. I don't care if you're a celebrity for thousands of years. You're on the wrong team. So she's the face of representation for us to support his pyramid of powerhouse of Black women. And mainly, he's, once again, before I wrap it up, he's going after foundational Black American women so that he can up all their businesses. We're going to be spending and supporting with them. All the money going to be deterred from whites to his pyramid, Pan-African pyramid business, because it's Queen Latifah. And Queen Latifah is, supporting, and, he's deterring all the $1 trillion spending power of Black America, which is mainly women, to his company. Spread the word. If you're gonna support foundational Black American women businesses, you need to find out who funded the business, who sponsors, and who's the investors. And I guarantee it's gonna be him and his people. Okay. All right. So why he's doing that, before I close it out, why he's doing that? Because he's trying to capture the $1 trillion spending power of Black Americans in America from white people. He wants to control our spending power by having control over all the businesses that we support, that Black women establish and we support, unbeknown that he is the owner. And then he's going to take that money and go back to his home country in Liberia and build it up for his African people. Now there's a channel, he's doing media channels too. There's a channel, and it's a little slick, y'all. There's a channel, the African Diaspora channel. I believe he has backed that channel. I do. That channel is a Pan-African channel, even though the Phil Scott guy be talking foundational Black American. Child, please. Again, people. Again. They got to use foundational Black Americans to connect to us in order to garner us our support to the channel of Pan-African. That's a Pan-African channel. And that, I don't know who owns it, but he's probably a part of that as well. There are a few Black men businesses that he sponsored and supported and invested in. There's a couple of Black men I read. about. But it's majority of women that he's going after. Okay. So again, before I say this, listen, do your research before you support these women heavily. You need to find out, it goes that deep. You need to find out who are the investors in her brand, who sponsor her brand, because you may be actually supporting um, a Pan African brand, which is seeking to capture the $1 trillion spending power of Black Americans, of foundational Black Americans in this country. Okay, moving along. Let me get on my last topic before I wrap this up. Oh, this one is interesting. I gotta talk about this right quick because a lot of people is not seeing it. A lot of people not seeing this right here, right? People struggling. And Trump is pretty smart. He is an older man, right? He's pretty smart, y'all. Let me tell you something. Yeah, I was talking about Phil Scott, Larry. Um, but what does Pan African mean? Why does it upset some of you? Pan African don't upset me, but I don't like the fact that Pan Africans tried to hijack. They try to hijack reparations after going around saying that foundational Black Americans did not deserve reparations. What do you think about that? Is that nice? No, it's not. Then UGWTV says there's no such thing as a Middle East. There's no such thing as Middle East. If you studied, you would know that. It's no KNOW. Middle East is Africa. I'm not familiar with. Let me scroll up. I don't know what you're talking about. Egypt is not Africa. But you shouldn't be ashamed of your African features, but that don't mean we African. I don't know you. I'm not telling you to be ashamed of anything. You shouldn't be ashamed of yourself. I'm talking about delineation. And I'm talking about foundational Black American businesses. Why are you inserting yourself into what I'm talking about? They got some people with issues, they may insert themselves into what you're talking about. And that's what Africans tend to do. They come in your mix and insert themselves in your conversation that has nothing to do with them. Now, I ain't talking about no Africans and Egyptians or anything. I'm talking about we're boycotted Africans. I'm talking about we're delineating. I'm talking about watching out for Pan Africans that is trying to capture the $1 trillion spending power of Black Americans. That's what I'm talking about. Why are you inserting this nonsense, sir or ma'am? Yes, thank you very much for your support. Queen Goddess said it. Thank you very much. Oh, yes, sister. Hmm. That's right, Larry. Cleaning our house, our street, our house, all that. Yeah, yeah, baby. That's what I was talking about. Grassroots organizations, foundational Black American grassroots organizations, cleaning up services where we go around. It's all about unifying to better our communities. Grassroots organizations that clean the community, grassroots organizations that get empty cars pulled off of our streets and all that, grassroots organizations that patrol the streets, grassroots organizations that check on our elderlies, grassroots organizations that help our children. Every aspect, every sector of our community be covered by grassroots organizations, foundational Black Americans looking out for foundational Black Americans. It does not mean we hate other people. It means we are unifying. And people's not going to like it, of course. Well, we can just ignore them because it has nothing to do with them. Okay? That is the only way you're going to get back to gatekeeping, being able to gatekeep, being able to have control over things that go down in your community, politics, people that you vote in and vote out. That's the only way. Okay. Okay, so let me go into this right here. Oh, I'm talking about Trump right now. Oh, child, Trump is doing it. Listen, I don't approve of nobody downfall. That's not what Miss Chantell is about. Okay. I feel for those people who been yanked up, uprooted after being here 25, 30 years, professional careers and stuff. Some of them doctors and stuff. I mean, they didn't get established as citizens and stuff. And a lot of them are being uprooted and yanked out and dismissed. All right. So, along with illegals. All right. So, that is not Miss Chantel's doing, but I do dibble and dab sometimes in the media, just to see what's going on in the atmosphere of America. And let me tell you something, Trump is up here enacting what they call it, Achiotic laws. It's laws from the 1700s, from the 17 to 1800s. He's enacting the laws that's still on the books. He bringing them back, giving them life, recitating them like, come on, I'm about to use this right here from 1700, from 1798. He's doing that to get these immigrants out of America. He ain't playing. So listen, right now, he's enacted a law that it was used once or twice. I think it was used twice, but he's enacted the Alien Enemies Act, which is a law that allows the president to detain citizens in this country that has origins of the country that they may be warring with or threatening America or going against America. All right. He's enacted that Alien Enemies Act. Y'all can look that up. Again, that act with this law, he is allowed to detain citizens of any country is warring with him, about to war, or have some type of issue where they, it's a bad vibe or something like that, like about to be war. This law allows him to go and detain all the citizens. It was used twice in this country to detain all the citizens of that country that's living in America now. Okay, so if your origins is Venezuelan and he's got something going on, some type of war, or not a whole war, it can be like a beef or something like that, a threat going on with Venezuela, which he does. That law allows him to go and detain all of those Venezuelans from age 14, the males, not women, males from age 14 and over. Yes. So Trump Trump has put a bounty on the head of the Venezuelan president because it's something to do with drugs or something like that, right? Coming into the country and stuff like that. They had like a whole drug shipment or whatever. So Trump, it escalated to him putting a bounty on the president's head over there. The president, of course, responded. Oh my goodness, sir, you didn't know it was a whole, let's see how he responds. The president responded over there, the Venezuelan president. He was like, oh yeah. So he sent his troops to the border to protect him from the bounty that they put on his head. I forgot how much it is. I think it's 50 million. I'm not sure. But he sent his troops. And so when you have something like that going on, a beef, it don't have to be war. It can be some type of threat of beef. And he has citizens over here in America. Those citizens can be considered a threat to America because the origins of them is that place, right? And so with the Alien Enemies Act, Trump is allowed as president to go and detain all the Venezuelans and of course do whatever he want to do. There's no way that he can say, there's no way that he can say, I'm not taking them back. Well, Trump he got African countries, he dropping them all off in. He can drop them all off in Africa. Many, many, many Venezuelans. He can drop them all. Nobody wants to go to Africa. He can drop them all off in Africa, though. So it doesn't matter if they go back home, but he has a way to get them out the country. Okay. So, yeah, I'm like, wait a minute. Are you guys not following this? So Trump enacted this Alien Enemies Act, and then he's beefing with, he put a bounty on the head of the president over there in Venezuela, and the president responded in Venezuela. That president responded with, oh, yeah, well, I'm bringing out my troops. And he brought out his troops. So it's a standoff. And so now Trump has the hand. He can play the card of, oh, you're a threat to us. Go get all them citizens. 14 years of every Venezuelan male, 14 years and up. He can do that now. Okay, so let's move along. TPS has ended for Venezuelans, by the way. Now let's talk about the Haitians. 500,000 plus. TPS has ended for the Haitian communities as well. Then Trump has put a bounty on the head of the guy over there named Barbecue. I guess you can call him like a he's not the president, but I guess you can call him like a rebel leader. And they say he has taken over Haiti, and he's taken over Haiti, and the people are afraid, they say. And so Trump has put a bounty on his head and said, you're wanted. We want you because you doing whatever criminal act. So in response, the barbecue man, the man named Barbecue, made a video and said, oh yeah, if you want me, come and get me. I'm right here. Right? So if they were to go over there and there's any type of shootout, Trump is allowed to use the Alien Enemies Act against Haitians as well. For males 14 plus years, 14 years and over. He's allowed to use the Alien Enemy Act, which means he can detain Haitians who will be considered a threat in the country because he's warring, or not even warring, but have some type of fighting going on with them, with Haiti. Y'all follow that? Yeah. I say, wow. He's finding all kind of ways to get them out the country. He's enacting old laws. He's enacted the Alien Enemies Act. And on top of that, he has brought out the National Guards. And he's definitely going to get them in Chicago and other cities as well. And this is all about getting them out. Okay. Yeah, when I read that, I was like, oh my gosh, he's doing whatever it takes. And it's interesting because the two groups that TPS has recently ended for Haitians, and which is 500,000 Haitians and 200 plus thousand Venezuelans, he ended TPS for them, and nobody's really showing up to be deported. So I've only seen a few people being deported, and nobody ain't showing up. Of course, I mean, you can't blame them what they're going back to, right? A lot of people's not going to show up for that. So they're having ICE raids all over the place. They're showing up at high schools, elementary schools, but at the elementary schools, they don't go in. They're just waiting outside for the parents to pick up the children. That's when they catch them. They're doing it at high schools, colleges, churches, Amazon facilities, restaurants, everywhere you can think. They're doing it. Chinatowns, everywhere. So yeah. Yeah, we don't hear anything about it, but it's happening a lot. They're definitely having lots of people they're picking up. Okay. We don't hear about it on the news like talking about it. So Trump has ended, well, he revoked 6,000 visas for international students. But then he turned around and he allowed Asian students visas. So that left the Nigerian students, their visas is revoked. They have to go back home. Okay, because he made some type of deal with China. And so these students were allowed visas. I don't know if it's all different type of Asians or just the Chinese. I think it was just the Chinese. I'm not sure. But yeah, Nigerian students, included in that 6,000, has their student visas has been revoked. Um, and also, in order for Nigerians to get visas, they only get visas for 3 months flat now. And in order for them to get the visas, they have to allow them to go through their social media accounts 5 years plus, all the way back 5 years plus. And if they find any anti-American propaganda, they're not allowed to get a visa. And they said, if you try to erase any social media activity, you will be denied because they will find it. And they say you're going to be denied on the spot. Yeah. It's different. So also, he said, if you don't love America, you got to go back home or go somewhere else. But if you're going to be here, you got to love America. So there's going to be a lot of these Pan-Africanists who's going to go over. Like a lot of them have tour companies where they trick people into going to Africa by lying to them, telling them Africa is luxury resorts over there and stuff like that. Where they only got one luxury resort and then the rest of Africa is, and they trick them over there. It be mainly elders and retired folk and young adults with children like 3 and 4 and 5 that think they're going to a utopia of blackness where black people, they don't understand that when their feet hit the African soil, they're going to be begged for money left and right constantly. They're going to be overcharged, unlike whites and Indians and Asians. They don't do that to them. They're going to be duped and tricked and all of that. They don't really understand that. They trick some of our people into going there by romanticizing Africa. When in actuality, if you got Africans getting in airplanes and in the wheel of airplanes and stuff and all of that trying to get out of those countries, that should tell you something. You want to go there while they risking their lives in the open sea on a raft, on a bubble boat, but you want to go there? My. So yeah, they have a lot of these Pan-Africans that trick our people into going over there. And these Pan-Africans, they push propaganda on YouTube, social media sites that's anti-American. Yeah, they get on these sites talking about America is not a good place to live, talking about the racism of America as though their people experienced it, which they didn't. But they talk about America is not a good place to live, how bad it is versus Africa, how you can have a more peaceful life over there. They just go in on America real deep, real hard to get people to relocate to Africa from America to Africa. Does that even make sense, from America to Africa? But they romanticize the African countries to people just so they can make money off these people. So the people get duped over here in America And then they get duped because they charge these people like $5,000 to go on these African tours. Okay. So they get duped over here in America by paying Africans. And then when they get to Africa, they get duped by the Africans there and the other paying Africans there who lied to them as well. It's crazy. But this is going to affect Pan Africans as well. The anti American propaganda that they sprayed on social media has backfired because when they go to travel to Africa and when they get ready to come back, their social media accounts is going to be searched and found to have anti American propaganda, trying to dupe people into moving to Africa for whatever crazy reason. But they're gonna get dealt with. Now, while you trying to dupe these people into moving to Africa from America to Africa, you're gonna be the one remaining in Africa. And then you're gonna wish you wouldn't have tried to trick other people to remain in Africa. Because trust me, no Pan African want to live in Africa. All Pan Africans live in America. They all live in America. They don't want to have anything to do with Africa except tricking people into going to Africa for whatever reason. They don't want to be in America. They don't want to live in Africa though. But they're going to be the ones that get stuck right over there duping other people. So we're going to see how that play out for Pan Africans because this law of checking social media accounts 5+ years all the way back to find any anti-American propaganda is definitely going to affect many anti-American. It's going to affect many Pan-Africans. I mean, their anti-American propaganda that they promote in the Black community. While Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, keep on telling them, we're not trying to go to Africa, sir. People trying to get out of there on bubble boats. Why would we go? You know what I mean? So yeah, this is gonna be something. Look into it. This is gonna be something. If you have Pan-African friends and stuff that travel to Africa all the time, this is gonna affect them. Oh yeah. They probably gonna have to find new line of work, new hustles, because you know they stay hustling and scamming galore. They're gonna have to find new line of work. No more hustling people and lying to people and scamming people by romanticizing Africa. Okay, they're gonna be too afraid to go over there with this law popping off. All right, so moving along. See, when you do that to people, it come back to you. Mm-mm-mm. They're gonna be checking social media accounts of everybody 5+ years back, going all the way 5+ years. And I guarantee if they find any little thing in the first couple of years, they're gonna continue beyond 5+ years. Okay, just to deny you entry. Yeah. Listen. So I told y'all, he say if they try to erase any of social media activity accounts, that they're gonna be denied. I told you guys that part, right? Yeah, they're gonna be flat out denied if they find out that they try to erase any type of social media accounts. Didn't I say a long time ago? I used to always tell people you need to behave on these social media platforms because stuff you say on here could be used against you. Okay? You need to behave properly on these social media platforms. Mhm. So I think I'm gonna wrap it up right there. I talked about just about everything I had wanted to discuss. Give that a second. Oh my goodness. I'm at the 4 hour mark. I didn't expect to be but 2 hours. But when I'm talking, I always break stuff down and simplify it as much as I can so people can understand where I'm coming from. And of course that takes time. But if you wanna if you guys want to listen to it, just come back and, listen over and over or whatever. Sometimes then and sometimes later. So let me read my chat before I close out. I'm African descent from Kemet. All right, this UGW TV person. I told you, you inserting yourself into something I'm not even concerned with. Let me take a sip of my tea. My tea cold now. It's still good though. I'm not talking down on black people from a different country. If that's what you believe it is. I don't talk down on black people from different countries. Real black man for my people. And Boo Kelly says, yep, I support America, not Africa. I'm closer to FBA than you. Hmm. Give all illegal aliens an inner tube and throw them in the ocean. Oh my. Pan Africans never permanently moved to Africa. You got that right. All of them live in America or UK somewhere. Ain't that a blimp? Trying to convince other people to move to Africa, romanticizing Africa to other people. I got to expose foundational Black American is white supremacy and black skin on my channel. Y'all give me a topic. Why do you need somebody to give you a topic if you say you're going to expose foundational Black Americans as white supremacy and black skin on your channel? Why do you? That's the topic, isn't it? You're allowed to think what you want to think, sir or ma'am. Campbell Kelly says, yep, I support America, not Africa. I'm closer to FBA than you. Pan Africanism is a scam. Yes, it is. Campbell support Trump. Damn, I knew it. He can't deport citizens on only immigrants. Right. I see Foundation Black American is white supremacy and black skin. You know, troll your little heart out because you know what I know about trolls? Trolls become supporters. They learn to respect your stance and they become supporters. Go ahead, troll your little heart out. You're going to get tired, baby. Then you're going to be like, you know what? I should tell you right. You're right, though. Let me be honest with myself. You're right. Black America is white supremacy. I see right through you, but it won't work. It's the fall of America. Um, the Alien Enemy Act, Campbell Kelly says the Alien Enemy Act, however, remains on the books, right? It gives the president the power to apprehend, detain, or deport foreign nationals from a country with which the U.S. is at war or is subject to. That is right. Yep. Yep. 14 plus years old, the males. People think these are good people, they bad people. Hmm. These are bad people, Kevin Brooklyn all day. I don't think that's about US citizen, more about immigrants. Kevin asked to drop the link. Hey, beautiful work for illegal. These are bad people. Mm-mm. You consider all of them bad people? Campbell Kelly says, is Mauritius African? Are they black? Mauritius Africans? I don't know. Oh, she was asking somebody else. Nobody where black people at. We are one, you dig? Nobody where black people at. Okay. This a African because he hardly knows how to spell UGWTV. You know, he hardly knows how to spell these English words. You might want to get grammar check or something like that. Why so many military men came over to America? Interesting, military age men coming to America. That's what the white men was saying. They felt threatened because it was a bunch of military age over there in the UK too. They said they felt threatened because of that. Something to think about. If I had a country and that was happening, would I feel threatened by that? Pan African government want power, not shared power with the white, but black power. And who is the Pan African government? Africans are not Pan African. All you gotta do is pull up some YouTube videos and see that. They far from being Pan. There ain't no unity there, sir. Especially right now in the African atmosphere, the west coast of Africa. Ooh, child. They want the Nigerians out of all of the West African countries, wherever the Nigerians are. And they seriously want them out. Okay, I love Marcus Garvey approach. The white man fears unity, Pan African won't unified African again. The world we can't listen. I said it. Africans will never unify. Cut all that out. Love yourself and you won't hate other black people from Jamaica, Haiti, or Brazil, or Africa. I don't hate other black people, but they are disrespectful, and I support my people delineating. Okay, that's just not equal hatred. You two people are using them against us. Oh, whitey people are using them against us. Show enough, Larry. I agree. Campbell Kelly is where it is. They don't even got to use them against us. I mean, they kind of like they trying to take our place and be, next to white people. Shoosh. White people just sitting back looking like, they don't even got to promote them to. All they know is they want to take our place since we coming off ungrateful, and they don't know the history of the country or anything, and don't care. All they know is the current atmosphere is they look like we are ungrateful and we're lazy and we're this and we're that, and it's ridiculous. Anyways, what is the definition of the term Black Panther? I'm thinking he asked him Black Panther. Didn't put what term. Oh, Pan African. What does Pan African mean? Pan African is nothing but um something people came up with, people in cahoots came up with to get, first of all, Black Americans, foundational Black Americans out of Africa. I mean, out of America. At first, it was some white people funding different trips and settlements in different parts of the world, Africa, Haiti, for foundational Black American slave descendants to go to and build a new life away from white people among people of the same skin complexion. But unfortunately, those people of the same skin complexion held a different culture, a different mindset, and it was no unity. They were extremely tribal. So the Caucasians were in cahoots with other blacks to promote us moving to different countries where other Black people were. Okay, and so other Black people got in with the cahoots, and that's what they've been doing since. They still got Pan African movement right now that promote us moving to Africa right now. Okay, 1 second. So, um, as I was saying, yeah, the Pan African is still rolling, even though we done stumped it out now. It ain't rolling no more. That thing done been stumped down under the dirt. Okay. So they gonna go rebrand themselves somewhere, run in a corner and rebrand themselves and come back with a different, you know what I'm saying, different little scam. But that's what it was. It was just people in cahoots to get Black Americans, not Africans, because Africans are tribal. Yeah, it was to get Black. They don't promote this in no other countries, by the way. Just America to get us to get out of America and go elsewhere. Okay. Yeah. Well. Thank you for your input, WGUTV. You're going to make your little videos and teach. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sweetheart, Cherokee, Creek, Seminoles, and Choctaw, and all that Chickasaw, baby. Let me tell you something. The difference. None of those people they bought those people out of slavery. First of all, intermarried with them, and none of them put those people on plantations. Okay, they were not putting people on plantations, working them like dogs and mistreating them and mutilating them and raping them. Stop it, sir. Okay. You got to learn the history, go a little deeper, think a little deeper. Okay, they also had Black people that purchased slaves. They were purchasing people out of slavery, okay, not to enslave them. Pambu Kelly said, I learned a lot about FBA. Thank you, Chantell. That's what it's all about, baby. Sharing the information and learning something new. Okay? Learning something new. I'm glad you learned about the Pan. I hope you heard the Pan African uh pyramid guy. Listen, I say, wait a minute, this dude is deep. And I had to dive a little deeper with him. I was like, I want to see why he's buying all these companies, these Black American companies. Why? What are you up to? Oh, I'm glad you learned a lot, Kelly. Please do come back. Next time I won't hold the panel so long and I open it up a little earlier. Then I got to the 4 hour mark and I'm finally reading comments. But hold on, let me see. Okay, I think I read all the comments I can go up to so far. So anyways, I didn't talk the whole lot. I'm sleeping. I'm glad you guys, liked it, learned something. Please do come back, subscribe, come back. And like I said, thank you for tuning in. And Kevin, I'll drop the link another time, but I don't think you were saying too much crazy stuff. I think I've seen about 2 or 3 comments from you. Okay. So, anyways, yeah, tonight I'm gonna close it out. I'm on the phone. I'm not on my computer. I'll come back tomorrow and chat up a little more about different things. Tune in though. Thank you for tuning in with Miss Chantell on Chantell Talk. Good night.